Good morning, everyone. Wish you all a very good morning today. I, Ditya Huja, Assistant Professor, AIRS, on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Noida, welcome all our eminent speakers, participants, and students on second day of two-day CRE program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I learn. A famous quote by Benjamin Franklin emphasized on learning by active involvement. So let us make today's learning more attentive by actively involving through the sessions and asking your doubts from our experts. We look forward from the same. I'll read out the instructions for all the participants. Dear participants, attendance is mandatory for all the participants for the certification process. Please ensure that you join the program online and for the entire duration of the program, your attendance will be automatically captured on the Zoom platform. Feedback form will be shared at the end of the day. Day-wise feedback form have to be filled compulsory by all the participants. The evaluation form is meant only for CRE participants and will be shared at the end of the day in the chat box on this platform and also on the WhatsApp groups. Please ensure that you will fill the evaluation form by the end of the day. Let us have a look on today's sessions. We have very interesting and important two sessions in first half of the day on intervention strategies for students with non-verbal learning disabilities and one session in second half on inclusion of students with non-verbal learning disabilities by renowned and eminent experts. These sessions will be followed by the valedictory program in the afternoon. So all the best to all the participants. Now moving ahead to our first session of the day. Our first session of the day is on intervention strategies, social emotional learning in school setup by Dr. Apurva Panchkar. And I would like to invite Ms. Anusuya Kapoor Yadav, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to introduce our speaker to the participants. Over to you, Anusuya ma'am.
Thank you so much, Deepthi ma'am, for the invite. Let me take the privilege to introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Apurva Panishkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Apurva Panishkar is a special educator specializing in teaching children with specific learning disability. Currently, she teaches students at undergraduate and postgraduate levels at Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. She, in addition, facilitates continuous professional teacher development programs. She has worked with children with disabilities and their parents. She is a member of various academic committees. Dr. Apurva Panishkar is invited on several platforms to deliver talks and train teachers on disability, specific learning disability, and special education and inclusive education related topics. She has undertaken researches and has presented them at various platforms. Her two papers have received the Best Paper Award at the conferences. She has also developed study material in the area of special and inclusive education for universities, published research papers and articles in journals, and contributed chapters to the edited books. We send a very warm welcome to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Apurva Panishkar, madam. Over to you.
Thank you for a lovely welcome to this wonderful CRE on the management of children with non-verbal learning disability. I really have to congratulate Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, to take this initiative to talk about non-verbal learning disability. Because generally, when there is a topic on specific learning disability, the focus is on reading, writing, math. However, a lesser known specific learning disability, which is NVLD, is never touched upon. So I heartily congratulate you on conducting this two-day national CRE on NVLD. And I thank you for inviting me on this platform. So a big thank you to Professor Pujari, to all the organizers of this CRE and the conference, and all the people associated with this CRE. So with that, I would like to start with the session. Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am. Kindly
Yes,
go ahead.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm very happy to talk about just a minute. All right, so I'm extremely happy to talk about the intervention strategies for social emotional learning in school setups. As I'm going to go through this, I think it is very imperative, at this point, to quickly touch upon what are the key characteristics of NVLD. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but just to establish that we all are on the same page vis-a-vis what is it that non-verbal learning disability entails. So when we talk about non-verbal learning disability, we see that it is characterized by four major sets of difficulties. One, coming from the social emotional functioning domain. The second, coming from academic functioning. The third area that seems to be affected is the visual, spatial, and organizational functioning. And the fourth is motor function. The intervention in all these areas is equally crucial. However, when we look at the way interventions are planned, what is included in the IEPs for children with specific learning disability, including children with NVLD, is that the thrust is on academic functioning. However, we all are aware, we are familiar with the fact that the learning in the cognitive domain or the acquisition of these academic skills is also impacted by the way a person is able to handle and manage one's uh, social and emotional well-being or social and emotional area. And because there's a very close link between the social emotional learning and academic functioning, one really has to consider the intervention in both areas. And today I'm happy to be talking about what can be done vis-a-vis social emotional functioning. But when we talk about these deficits in the social emotional area, what seem to be these specific difficulties that are encountered by children with non-verbal learning disability? So what we find is, one, they may have inability to discern non-verbal cues. Children with NVLD are very good with language. Their verbal skills are really superior as compared to their non-verbal areas. They're unable to figure out what the social cues are. They're unable to understand social perception. And in this process, they tend to commit a lot of social blunders. They may take the communication at a very literal level. The concrete outlook towards the world makes it extremely difficult to relate to people at a deeper level, at a more personal level, and they seem to be very distant. It may appear at times that there are efforts to reach out to people verbally, constantly seeking affirmations from the people, from their peers. It could be the adults, it could be the teachers. It seems to be very annoying. It seems to be appearing to be highly attention getting. At times, they may appear to be rude, in the face, very blunt. And because they themselves realize that they encounter so many difficulties, they do not get a positive response or a positive reinforcement from their environment, they tend to, many a time, feel low. They feel unaccepted. They feel that they're unable to connect with people. They feel social isolates. We may also find that because they want acceptance, they naively trust people. They accept people at the face value. When communicating with people, they may not be able to emote themselves well. They may not be able to alter their expressions in speech. They are unable to notice changes in tone used by other people. And you will see the same reflection when they are communicating with the others. Their tone seems to be very flat. There does not seem to be any kind of prosody when they are speaking. And all of this leads to poor communication, impacting social relationships. And in effect, impacting also the social emotional well-being of this person with NVLD. So generally, when one starts thinking about how does one help this child with NVLD, because as we are aware that there would be at least 3% of children in a classroom with NVLD. They may have very severe deficits in understanding people, understanding social perception, understanding even self-perception, but there may be some whose issues are really mild and can be tackled very easily using certain class-wide interventions. Now today, the thrust of today's session is on looking at inclusive setups. However, when the interventions are happening in the inclusive setup, we need to realize that these interventions can happen in the classroom completely. Even when you're talking about inclusive education, I think at this point, we cannot disregard the fact that many schools have resource rooms and they're using these resource rooms as one step towards inclusion. So we also need to be looking at those interventions or understanding certain interventions that can happen in a small group situation or also on a one-on-one situation. So there are going to be a range of intervention strategies that can be employed to reach out to children with nonverbal learning disabilities and help them acquire the skills of self-management, acquire the skills of social interactions, acquire the skills of decision-making, which again are very, very essential for social interactions as well as emotional well-being. So as I'm going to go through the session, I am not going to be specifically, categorizing certain interventions as interventions purely for this particular area or purely to develop this particular skill, because we find that all these interventions, they tend to have an effect on other skills as well. So I'm going to be talking about activities that can be done. And as we go through these activities, we will see how they can be linked to, or we can see an impact of these on not just one particular area, or it could be one area in particular, as well as the other areas as such. I think the very first thing that needs to be done, even in an inclusive setup, and also as a class-wide intervention, is to teach students what are the different types of social cues. A lot of the strategies that I'm going to be talking about are based on the work done by the Collaborative for Social Emotional Learning, Academic Social Emotional Learning. And when we look at what the Collaborative talks about, it talks about providing interventions and providing supports in 5 major areas. One is developing self-awareness in individuals. Second, self-management. The third is responsible decision-making. The fourth being developing relationship skills. And lastly, social awareness. So when we look at these 5 areas which have been delineated by Castle, the certain of the foundations for development of all of these comes from understanding social cues. Because when a person is understanding these social cues, it works 2 ways. It works in a way that I understand the social cues which I am emitting as a person. So it helps build my self awareness. And at the same time, it also helps build social awareness and develop social perception. So I believe that when we look at these interventions that are happening, interventions to teach students about these 4 types of social cues which are used in social interactions is very, very crucial. The first being facial expressions. Even at this moment, when I am reaching out to all of you via Zoom, you are able to perceive my facial expressions. The way I'm emoting, the changes in my facial expressions, the way my eyes are reaching out to you, the way my eyebrows are moving, or the way you can see the change in my, the placement of my lips. It could be through a smile, it could be a frown. All of these are communicating very, very crucial information. At this point, is it that I'm only communicating with you? No, I'm also communicating with myself. When I tilt my head, I'm realizing that I'm reaching out to you. If I move my chin a little inward, I realize that I'm trying to maintain a little distance. So all of this understanding about what facial expressions imply, what they communicate about self and others, is a major learning that needs to happen for all children with NVLD. Does this need to happen on a one-on-one session? No. This is a kind of intervention, or this is a kind of training program that can be implemented in the full classroom for all children to understand. The second area, vis-a-vis the social cues, is voice tone and volume. How do I utter the words? And when I utter them in a specific way, what does it communicate? Are there different ways of saying the same sentence? And then when I'm saying it in a different tone or at a different pitch, different volume, does it communicate something else? So social cues as understood through the voice tone and volume. Body language. We communicate not only through facial expressions, but using our hands, our body, our posture, the placement of my feet. All of this helps me understand the emotions the other person is going through. And it also tells me how do I structure my body, or how do I use my body to communicate to the others what I feel in social situations. The fourth area is about personal space. We have seen, or we understand, that children with nonverbal learning disability, they have difficulties in organizing visual spatial information. And this translates into their difficulty in maintaining personal space, maintaining physical distance between people. They may stand too close to you. They may touch you often. And these behaviors put off people, and then they become a big hindrance in social communication, social interactions. I think it's important that interventions are provided to children with NVLD in the whole classroom, along with all the peers who do not have any disability, to understand these social cues. So what kind of activities can we do? This is very crucial. We need to be looking at activities which are not threatening for this child with NVLD. Because through the use of these activities, we do not want the child to feel segregated, and neither do we want that the other children look at this child and say, oh, this child, is being taught these things, which we are not learning. And through that process, the child feels alienated. Thus, right from the primary school, right through even the middle school, we can have facial expressions introduced to children. We can use very, beautiful clip art charts. We can use photographs which have been taken. Now, the one that I'm using naturally is not of Indian children, but you can create one for yourself. You may actually create this chart with the facial expressions of children in the same class. And each and every day, or on a stipulated day in a week, there is a discussion that can be conducted in the whole class about these facial expressions. What do they imply? Okay, so let us look at a card, let us look at a picture, let us identify what this is. This particular child, oh, what does she feel? What does she look like? Okay, she's feeling guilty. What about this girl? It looks like she's jealous. So constantly helping match the facial expression with the term, with the label of the emotion. That goes a long way in developing self-awareness as well as social awareness for children with non-verbal learning disability. One would wonder how long does this go on? All right. Once I introduce this particular activity, you can look at different kinds of activities which can be incorporated on a daily basis, which are going to reinforce understanding facial expressions. This activity I find extremely useful. We use this activity in the experimental school that is attached to my department at SNDT Women's University, which is Arushi the Learning Center. And on a daily basis, we get our students to communicate to us, how are you feeling today? And we give them facial expressions along with the labels. What purpose does this serve? This serves a purpose in two ways. One, it communicates to the student that he or she needs to get in touch with how they are feeling at this moment and emote it correctly by choosing the correct expression. Secondly, for me as a teacher, it's a big learning opportunity to know how do I connect with this child today. If my child is feeling tired, if the student is feeling grumpy, or the child is feeling excited, I, as a teacher, I can manage my classroom interaction along those lines. I can provide motivation, I can provide reinforcement, I can provide adequate encouragement, I can provide solace as required. And when I'm doing this, I'm actually creating an environment of acceptance for this child with NVLD, and through that, building the child's confidence. When we start looking at older children, maybe they may find activities like these very childish. But we yet want to continue doing these activities because they are helping the child be emotionally stable. We are helping the child to behaviorally regulate one's emotions and connect with the classroom, connect with the teachers, and through that, up one's learning. So at the next level, taking the same thing to a little complex level, this is an activity that can be done. Here, you can get the students to actually draw the faces which communicate these various emotions. And you know what is the beauty of this particular worksheet that I'm using is that it gives very clear verbal instructions to how a happy face is going to look. So if it's a happy face, there is going to be a wide smile with an open mouth. You can see some teeth. There are wrinkles around the eyes. The cheeks are raised and the eyes are slightly squinted. we are aware that children with NVLD have better verbal skills. Their language skills are better. So we are using that strength to work on the social emotional needs of these students. So tell the students to draw your own expression. Once they have drawn, it can be a group activity. The sheet can be circulated. There can be a discussion on that. If the face has not been drawn in sync with the description, the verbal description that is given there, it can be edited, it can be redrawn. So we can see that we are connecting with the students through the medium of art also. We are connecting with them using art as a medium to help them express themselves. So this seems to be, these are again, these activities that I'm sharing with you, all these are evidence-based. They are found to make a difference to the students' social emotional well-being. Another activity that can be used, and that works beautifully well with children having social emotional concerns. Now, I'm not talking purely about children with NVLD. I'm talking about children with social emotional concerns, because these are strategies that I can help with the others as well. But they are definitely useful for children with NVLD. To be able to increase self-awareness about emotions, I can also introduce this beautiful Plutchik's wheel of emotions. How is this particular activity done? How can I use it? It is just simply in this way, as I introduce to the students that there are these 8 basic emotions. And as we can see, from the center to the periphery, the degree of that emotion is reducing. So like for example, as I'm pointing out to this green section, terror is the strongest of the emotion that I can experience. I'm very scared. When you say I'm very scared, I'm giving a label to the student to communicate one's emotions correctly. I'm terrified. I'm fearful. I'm apprehensive. Now, naturally, as adults, we realize, or as teachers, we realize that when I'm using these 3 words, they are at different levels and they communicate something else. Now, just when I'm apprehension, I can't say I'm terrified. Because when I say I'm terrified, it is implicating something else entirely. It is showing that the emotion is extremely strong. But if I do not give the student the correct vocabulary to communicate, there are going to be difficulties in social communication also. So I tend to use the Plutchik's wheel of emotions with the older students. I can create, let me just go back to one of the things. I can create along these same lines for each of these emotions. It could be rage, it could be about happiness, so ecstasy, joy, serenity. I can introduce these basic emotions along with the degrees. In this wheel, you will also find that there are certain words which are written in between. You know, these are emotions which are between 2 pure emotions. Because this is something that we also experience. Say, like for example, I experience awe when I'm a little scared and I'm also amazed. So to be able to communicate these mixed types of emotions using this Plutchik's wheel of emotions is extremely, extremely effective. Again, I repeat, when I'm using this, it is developing self-awareness. It is developing social awareness. Coming to understanding body language. We know that body language is not just facial expressions. It is not just emoting. It is not just being able to communicate what emotion you are experiencing. It is showing what it is, how you are feeling, and also reading the other person's body language to understand how they are feeling, what they possibly could be thinking. So being able to communicate to the students, again, using a lot of pictures, what body language implies, what body language includes. So focusing on the eyes, focusing on the hands, the posture, the legs. So these four are included in the study of body language. So now if we know that we can read a person's body, the body language, by focusing on these four, okay, let us do some activities by focusing on looking at these pictures. Let us read these pictures. Let us make a guess. Look at this picture. What do you think she may be thinking? Where is her hand? What does this kind of a hand mean? Does it mean I've got a headache? Does it mean I'm thinking? Does it mean she's wondering? So we need to be able to communicate and teach to our students what each type of a body position implies. Or when I look at this particular girl, look at her facial expressions, look at her hands, look at the body. It looks like she's dejected. It looks like she's thinking, how am I going to be able to do something? Look at this child. Is there a difference? So using loads of pictures and on the basis of the pictures, getting the child to use that position or to imitate that position, we can get the students to experience the emotions, experience the thoughts, and through that, so through building the self-awareness through body language understanding, also build social awareness. So use of these activities again is extremely beneficial for students with NVLD. Activities also to infer emotions. Now here, the focus was on thinking, on thoughts. Here, it is on emotions. So you can use picture cards like these. You can also use videos. You can use clips. You can use cutouts from magazines, from newspapers, and get the child to infer the emotions. What do you think this boy is feeling? And it is very important not to stop at that point, but to probe, why do you say what you are saying? If I say this boy is feeling scared, why are you saying this? What do you see that is making you say that? Or here, what is this girl feeling? Why do you say she's feeling something? Why would you say that she's feeling angry? Or why do you feel she's feeling dejected? Why do you feel she's feeling frustrated? Whatever emotion you say, why seems to be very crucial. So being able to get the children to think through, it's one way again to develop self-awareness, to develop through that, develop self-management skills and also social awareness. So we can look at using pictures of emotions across the whole range. They could be positive emotions, they could be negative emotions, they could be happiness, they could be pleasure, they could be anger, they could be frustration, any of those. Here, I think it is about me as a special educator, how I'm able to use the material that is available or create material as and when is required. If you're looking at a little older children and we do not want to use pictures, we can use verbal instructions. So I can, possibly create a worksheet which goes something like this. I give directions where the child is required to read a paragraph, infer what the child is feeling, draw what the facial expressions could be like, and also say why you are saying what you are. So like, for example, Susie jumped out of bed. She was ready to start the day. Today is, she shouted, my birthday. When she entered the kitchen, she saw the table decorated with balloons and streamers. How does Susie feel? What is the evidence from the text? So here, we were seeking evidence from the pictures. Here, we are seeking evidence from the text. So as we see, we are moving from using pictorial inputs or pictorial aids to using verbal linguistic aids. Coming to another area which requires intervention is understanding of personal space. As we said earlier, children with NVLD find it difficult to understand how close to stand to people, how far to stand from people. And I think this is one of the activities which is very, very simple. It is very interesting and very effective. So what does this mean? One is you actually provide direct instruction, explicit instruction to the students about what it means when we say close to me, or close to the person, or a little far from the person, or further from the person. So you tell them in terms of measurement. You can tell the child, stand one hand away. It could be saying you stand 2 feet away, stand 18 inches or 4 feet away. So through the use of these concentric circles, through an activity like this, you can actually introduce what is the personal space that should be maintained with different people. So like, for example, I can have an intimate space with my parent, with my sibling. It can be my extremely, extremely close friend. But what about if it is a classmate? A classmate cannot be in this space, or you cannot be within this space with a classmate. This is the personal space for classmates. A social space. It could be with a teacher. It could be with other classmates who are not your friends. It could be when you are interacting with your neighbors, social space. And how do you do this activity? You can actually paint out, or you can draw these concentric circles in your classroom, and you can have a quick round. It could be everyone in personal space, or you have instructions that I'm meeting my very close friend after 1 week. How would I greet the person? Where would I stand? And immediately the students take on different places. So you can do this activity by creating these concentric circles in your classroom. A very, very interesting activity that can be done. Another activity that is introduced can be to understand the tone of the voice. Since we say they focus a lot on verbal communication, but not on the non-verbal aspects of communication, an activity like this is really going to work. And this should be done with different context, with different facial expressions. So, like for example, you are just teaching the child how to use the word thank you. It's a common perception that you say thank you when you have received something, correct? But I think as adults, we are familiar with the fact that I can be very curt and say thank you when I'm angry. I can say thank you in disgust. I can say thank you when I'm sad. I can also say thank you in fear. And here the situations are entirely different. So, like for example, when someone hands me a tissue after they have seen me crying, how will I say thank you? I will not say, oh, thank you for giving me a tissue. That definitely cannot be the expression. The expression is going to be very, very subtle. So creating situations like these and practicing the use of different tones is another activity that can be done. Again, is this an activity that has to happen in a one-on-one remedial session? Absolutely not. This is an activity that can definitely be conducted in the whole class with everyone. Because believe me, all these social emotional learning activities are beneficial for each one of us. They are going to be able to reach out to all types of diversities. It could be diversity because of disability. It could be diversity because of culture. It could be diversity because of certain communities that you come from. So these kinds of activities are really, really beneficial. Role-playing situations seems to be another very effective intervention strategy for children with NVLD. Again, we can see that many of these role-playing situation activities, you need to create situations. And you need to get the students to play those situations. It becomes important for me as a special educator or I could be an inclusive ed teacher to identify a whole range of social situations that a child is going to be in. And thus, it is common sense to understand that the kind of social situations that a child in the primary school is going to encounter are going to be rather different than what a teenager is going to encounter or what probably an adult is going to encounter. So, depending upon who your clientele are, if you're working in the preschool, if you're working in the primary school, if you're working in the elementary school, you're working in the high school, you will choose different kinds of social situations. Initially, it is always a good idea just to have a discussion and not a pure role play. And why am I saying it? The reason I'm saying it is when you are engaging in role play completely, it yet is a little threatening situation versus just sitting, around the table and having a discussion on that. So, like for example, if I have to talk about this situation, that you are trying to watch a movie and your friend is being too loud, what will you do? Now, instead of just standing there and saying, okay, I will tell my friend, hey, please lower the volume, you're disturbing me. It may be a better idea for the teacher and the students or in a small group to have a discussion on what will you say, how will you say it differently. So once you have gotten different perspectives, the child has gotten different perspectives, the child may choose one behavior or one way of saying things which is more in sync with one's own personality. So have discussions. Let the child choose a particular way of emoting or a particular way of communicating, then place the child in a role playing situation. These activities need to be repeated very often. They need to keep going for a long time. They are not just a one time thing to be done. Another activity which I find very interesting is to help the children work through social problem solving. Social problem solving requires decision making to happen. Social problem solving requires to understand that through these decisions that you have made in social situations, how your relationships are going to build. Putting the child in a social situation and saying, now let's work through, it's not going to work. We need to provide the students with NVLD a safe haven, a safe space first to work through the social problem solving situations. So you can make use of graphic organizers like the one I'm showing to you. Use of these graphic organizers makes situations very vivid. Thus, this activity can be done in the whole class. It can be done in a small group. It can be done on a one-on-one basis. So like for example, this is one scenario that I need to talk to the teacher, but she's talking to another student. Is it a problem? What is the problem? State the problem. That I'm in a rush, I'm in a hurry, I want to talk to the teacher. The teacher is not looking at me. That is a problem. The teacher is not paying attention to me. That may be a problem. Then, what is the solution? What can I do? One solution is not going to be the most effective solution. Thus, brainstorm with the student to arrive at least 3 solutions. So, solution 1, I wait. Second, I say, excuse me, teacher, and I start talking to the teacher. 3, I tap the teacher or I tap the student who is talking to the teacher. Okay, I've come up with solutions. What are going to be the consequences of each of these? It cannot be impulsive behavior. One needs to think through what are the consequences of each of the behaviors that I engage in or that I plan to engage in, because that is going to have implication for my social interactions and my social acceptance later. So what is the consequence of solution 1? What is the consequence of solution 2? What is the consequence of solution 3? And now that I know what the consequences are, I identify the consequence which is most positive, or I identify that particular consequence which has the most negative implications. And then I say, why is it the best? See, being able to evaluate the action that we are taking goes a long way in building social awareness, social skills, and relationships for students with NVLD. Thus, again, a variety of problems that a child can encounter in different contexts. It could be a classroom context, it could be a school context, it could be interaction with the superiors context, it could be interaction with peers context, it could be interaction in a social circle, like you go for a movie, you go to a mall, that context. So being able to provide as many different situations is going to be extremely beneficial, and we can be using this to help the child to engage in social problem solving situations. What are some of the other similar activities that can be done, which can happen in a small group situation or in a one-on-one situation? Getting the child to practice in front of a mirror. This builds self-awareness. This builds social awareness. And all of this we've seen is generally foundational to building even the relationships. To understand the nuances in tone, volume, voice, listening to recorded speech and making inferences, that's another activity. Watching a video recorded behavior of others, or it could be watching the video of self. So the teacher has videotaped the child's behavior, and now the child or the children are sitting through and analyzing as to what is happening, what is working, what is not working, what can be changed, what can be modified. That is another very important thing. This is a very interesting activity, and I do this also with my student teachers. We watch videos with the sound off, and we try to identify what could be the discussion that's happening, what could be the dialogue that is happening, because we don't want to rely completely on verbal communication to understand social interactions. So we are providing, through all these activities, we can provide the students with NVLD opportunities to decipher, understand, make sense, analyze, evaluate all the non-verbal cues. Today, we can use a lot of technology also. And there are many apps which teach emotions, which teach facial expressions, social skills. So I'm just going to click on this one link that I have. And of course, you are free to, explore all the more. Are you able to see the PPT, or are you able to see a slide which says technology, education technology?
Ma'am,
The
we are
link
able
is
to see
showing.
the link. Yes.
Okay, it is just the PPT you are able to see? All right. Let me just do one thing. I'm going to stop share and share the screen again. Are you able to see the screen now, which says educational technology and mobile learning?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So as I'm telling you, this is just one of the sites that I'm sharing with you. And it gives you loads of information about what are the different apps that can be used. So one is an app called Mood Meter. This is very similar to using, the picture that I showed you, where the child can record what the child's mood is today. So that's a Mood Meter. There is another app for Breathe, Think, Do with Sesame. So this is Sesame Street. Another one with Quandary, Learn and Touch, Be Calm. So there are a number of apps. It's completely up to you to identify what can be done. Let me just go back to my PowerPoint. Oh, sorry. All right, so we can use a lot of technology. For the whole class interventions, and which can then be a little more targeted interventions, more intensive interventions for children with NVLD, use of movies, use of books, it's extremely beneficial. I wonder how many of you have seen this movie Inside Out. It's a beautiful, beautiful movie about the different emotions and what goes on inside a person when the person is experiencing those. So using some of movies which are available. They need not be animations. They could be real movies, but use movies for discussions. Similarly, use books for discussions. Read out books to the class. This can very well be done as part of integrated curriculum. It could be a language teacher who's doing it. She's reading out certain books, and there can be a lot of discussion on the social, emotional aspects of it. That can be done by a co-teacher, or it could be done by a resource room teacher, an up-to-date program, or it could be through a team teaching mode that can be done in a classroom. So use of movies, use of books is again a beautiful way to reach out to students with NVLD. One more strategy that we tend to forget many a time is empowering a child with NVLD by just telling the child that if you're not sure what the other person is thinking, the other person is feeling, the other person is, intending to say, if you're not sure, just ask. Just say that I'm not sure whether you're feeling angry with me just now. Can you tell me? Sometimes I cannot tell if you're mad. Are you mad? Can you tell me? Or if someone is being sarcastic, as we know, children with NVLD will focus purely on the language. They will not understand the nuances of the tone. Just say, are you being sarcastic? Because this is going to help the child communicate. This is going to help the child establish a link to relationships. So even, through this, we are helping the child to advocate for one's disability. Say that I do not understand this. I have got non-verbal learning disability, and I need you to tell me what you're implying at this moment. So using, just training the child to ask is a very, very important way. Self-monitoring intervention also is very crucial. And we know that when it comes to self-monitoring, it is at two levels. One is recording what is feeling, and then comparing it to what it should be. So we can use pictorial charts like these. We can use checklists with the students. Give it to the student in the beginning of the class. Give it to the student midday. Give it to the student at the end of the day. Give it to the student, help the child create records that when I'm calm, how is it that I feel? What is it that I think? How is it that I emote? And now that I'm feeling differently, I could be extremely happy. I could be sad. I could be angry. I could be frustrated. How am I feeling just now? So providing opportunities by teaching self-monitoring is going to be working through self-management. Using verbalizations becomes very crucial for children with NVLD. Verbalizations in terms of positive affirmations. Because when there are positive affirmations, it helps regulate one's behavior. And I can use these verbalizations even when I'm standing in front of the mirror. It is extremely, extremely encouraging and reinforcing. And why are we talking about all of this? This is because children with NVLD tend to encounter the failure frustration cycle. The failure frustration cycle needs to be broken, and this frustration cycle can be broken through the use of affirmations. However, all times affirmations may not work. It may become crucial that the child first relaxes. The child's emotions are controlled. They are regulated. And once the child starts feeling a little more in control, they can use use affirmations. So that simple techniques can be taught again in the whole class. They can be taught in small groups. They can be done on a one-on-one, teaching meditation, teaching mindfulness, using a simple strategy. Maybe you, with younger children, you find it difficult to tell them how to do deep breathing. Just tell them, smell the flowers and blow the candles or blow the pinwheel. So they realize how much of breathing then they're doing, and you then get them to focus on how they are feeling when they're doing that. Through this, through awareness building, then you move into management. This again, simple strategy. Count from 10 to 1 or count 1 to 10 and then say what you have to say, or then behave the way you feel like behaving. These all are relaxation strategies. All of these are strategies which increase mindfulness, which increase reflection, or they provide time for reflections. So need to be using all these strategies in inclusive classrooms. Language teaching needs to happen to understand figurative language. Understanding is very concrete. So when I say that I can't live without love, or people can't live without love, what does it imply? Because there could be someone like, this is the character which is Dr. Sheldon Cooper. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this sitcom called Big Bang Theory, but he tends to have loads of social behavioral deficits, social emotional deficits, and he has difficulties understanding figurative language. And he tends to say things like, okay, people say you can't live without love, but I think oxygen is more important. So what does this figurative language mean? How do you choose a figurative language to be taught? It has to be grade appropriate. So actually, from the child's language or the literature textbook, identify this figurative language. Identify figurative language which is used at particular age groups, by maybe teenagers, by tweens, and teach this language. So very explicit teaching of figurative language is also a very, very intervention strategy. So since the time is short, I'm quickly going to conclude about what I have been able to communicate with you. We need to remember that this teaching cannot happen incidentally. It has to be through direct instruction. There have to be opportunities for guided practice. There has to be independent practice. Only then will a child with NVLD become proficient in the use of appropriate social emotional skills. Do not rush through. If you are seeking to identify already established social skill training programs, research has shown that if you Google, okay, or if you use any search engines and you put down words like social skill training, and you find training programs which focus on friendship groups or play groups, these programs do not work for children with NVLD. So even for you as a teacher, as a special educator, identifying what programs to use. If your Google search, if your search engine search is giving you programs about this, they are not going to work for your child. Focus on programs which talk about social skill training, which talk about assertiveness training, which talk about understanding social cues, understanding body language, understanding figurative language. Look for these keywords. Identify programs which focus on this. That will make a difference to our child with NVLD. So the intervention needs to progress slowly. As we are aware, interventions for children with LD are never one-time interventions. We can use a very task analytic and a rule-based teaching for children with NVLD for developing social emotional skills. You require plenty of structure and time for the child to practice these foundational skills. Once the foundations, like just understanding the facial expressions is done, then we can move to something more complex. And for generalization to occur, as we always are aware, involvement of the parents and Gen Ed teachers, involvement of the parents, Gen Ed teachers, and peers, involvement of the classroom as a whole, involvement of the school as a whole is extremely crucial. So we have to build through developing the ability to generalize through deeper collaborations with as many stakeholders as possible. So with that, I stop here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm open to questions if there are any. So I stop the screen share.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the elaborative session on intervention strategy, social emotional learning in school setup, and very wonderful deliberation, very rightly mentioned by you that in, social emotional interaction is all about self-control and also about social awareness, self-regulation, and teaching them independent skill integrating. So, madam, now I'll take few questions from the participants.
Sure.
One of our participants wants to know, Ms. Riddhi, that will these skills will also work for a mute autistic student? The strategies you have mentioned, does this also work for mute autistic student?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Many of these strategies that I have mentioned here, they work with children with who are on the autism spectrum as well. Because we can, the focus of all these strategies is on understanding that the deficits are in social perception, the deficits are in, self-perception. And because we see that this is a common characteristic, we can use the same kind of activities. We can also use, with children with, who are on the autism spectrum, we tend to use social stories. And for children with NVLD, also the ones who are younger, we can give social stories, which are rather prescriptive and which provide guidance to children with NVLD as well about how to behave. What is the situation, what is expected in the situation, and what I can do in the situation. So yes, many of these strategies can be used for children who are on the spectrum as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And Riddhi, I hope you get your answer. One more participant, Satakshi Mishra, wants to highlight you once again the social cues you have mentioned, ma'am. So there are one is social awareness, social responsibility, and she wants to know the others.
Okay, Satakshi, the ones that you probably want me to just talk about are not the social cues, but these are the 5 areas of social emotional learning. And these are self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and lastly, self-awareness. Oh, sorry, social awareness.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for highlighting it again. And one last question I want to ask. One of our participants wants to know that how does these strategies will also help in enhancing the compliance for non-verbal learning disability students?
Compliance in terms of, I'm sorry, but I don't think
Compliance in the engagement.
Ma'am, can you just repeat the question, please, for me?
The question is, ma'am, how does these strategies will also help to increase the compliance for the engagement in the classroom?
Okay. Of course, see, one is when you're talking about compliance, it is about, I would say more than compliance, it is about cooperation from the student for enhancing academic learning, right? Children with NVLD find it difficult to, in that sense, I would say comply or cooperate because they may not understand what are the non-verbal cues that you are communicating to the student. And if at all there is a discrepancy between your verbal communication and the non-verbal communication, it creates a bigger problem. Thus, one, you can establish very clear channels of communication between self and the student to seek this compliance, as you're calling it. One, It's just by communicating to the student right at the beginning of the class that let us establish a cue between you and me when I want you to pay attention to me. And this cue could just be in the form of I raise my hand and thus you look at me. Or I walk down the aisle and when I touch you, it would mean I want you to focus. So there can be such cues that you establish between yourself and the student, and you seek the child's cooperation and compliance in the class. And when you use these strategies over a period of time, you will find that the child's ability to regulate one's emotions, increases. Thus, which would mean that the emotional lability that you can see in the children reduces. And once there is more emotional stability, you can garner their cooperation for learning. I hope I have that link for you.
Yes, definitely. I hope our participants had made a note and definitely they are going to use these important strategies and activities in their classroom. Further. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for very wonderful deliberations.
Thank you. Thank
Now
you, Dr.
I'll
Aparna.
move ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes, over to you, Dipti.
So, yes, ma'am. Moving to ahead to our next session. Our next session is on intervention strategies, academic competencies and enhancement by Professor Dr. Venkateshwaralu. And I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Singh, Assistant Professor AIRS, to introduce our speaker to our participants. Over to you, Dr. Naveen Singh.
Thank you, Dipti ma'am. Good morning to one and all. Professor D. Venkateswarlu was a former director, School of Education, IGNOU, holds master's degree in science and education. His areas of specialization are special education, inclusive education, and teaching learning process. From master's degree, he is working with children with special needs. He worked with children with intellectual disability for his MPhil degree from Center of Advanced Studies in Education, MS, University of Baroda, and mathematical learning difficulties for his PhD degree from MJP Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. He is a certified rehabilitation professional, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. He is associated with NAG as assessor, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disability, Government of India as expert member, Academic Committee, and Department of Intellectual Disability, Dr. Shakuntala Misra, National Rehabilitation University, Lucknow as member of Board of Studies. He has published one book, one resource book, 16 chapters in books, and 38 research publications in journals. 10 research scholars have completed PhD under his supervision. He is presently coordinator of the program Postgraduate Certificate in Information and Assistive Technologies for the instructors of visually impaired and course coordinator of 2 courses of B.Ed program. We welcome you, sir.
Okay. Okay, Naveen. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning to all of you. I think it is all going to be known. Today, we are going to discuss intervention strategies, academic competencies enhancement. As part of, I think, CRE program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. So before we start the topic, Let me make a few general statements. Hope I am clearly audible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Clearly audible.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So as you all of you know, it's a very challenging area from beginning. Learning disabilities from beginning is a challenging area to begin with. So earlier there was a lot of discussion regarding how to identify to begin with, to consider it as an area of study in the area of special education, inclusive education. Then where we find them, whether they should be taught in special school setup or inclusive school setup. I think there were many questions to begin with. Even to recognize it an area by Rehabilitation Council of India, we have to struggle a lot. But I think now we have come a long way, and the recent NEP 2020 has paved way for the inclusion of children with special needs in the general classrooms. Now at diploma level already, whether you have done B.Ed special diploma in special education or diploma in general education, you are considered equivalent. Now planning is going on to integrate at bachelor level also. So the issue is whether the child is in special school setup or in inclusive school setup. We have to deal with the problem. So, and children with learning disabilities are they form a major group. In fact, they form a major group in the area of learning disability. If we go by the roughly by the estimates we find in the area of disabilities, learning disabled, they form a larger group. And within learning disabilities, I think we have done a lot of work in the area of reading, writing, arithmetic, and lately on social skills. And somehow social skills was added later on to the definition of specific learning disabilities. And now we are going to today discuss non-verbal learning disabilities. And in fact, it is from beginning no focus. Lot of focus was not given to non-verbal learning disabilities. Somehow we have missed it. Even if you go through the research, from the day I have received this invitation to speak on intervention strategies for in non-verbal learning disabilities, so I was going through a lot of literature and whatever I was searching. And in fact, it states that from last 25 years, we have not done anything in the area of non-verbal learning disability. Can you imagine an area which is so important, even though from the literature, it is clear that they form among identified children with learning disabilities, they form around 1 to 1.5%. That is what the literature shows. But still, it is an area which needs a lot of effort. It needs to be, we need to research, and we need to find out how we can help children with non-verbal learning disabilities in the classroom. So this is what with this brief introduction, we will start the presentation of today, that is non-verbal learning disabilities. So now we have some clarity with regard to where they have to, we find them. We find them in inclusive setup, and rightly you have chosen the topic, children with non-verbal learning disability, inclusive setup. Not only children with learning disabilities. In fact, NEP has gone ahead. National Education Policy has gone ahead. Now we talk rights of children. In fact, we have to include as many children as possible in the general classrooms if they can cope up with the regular classroom instruction. So that is going to be the policy. That is the direction in the process. And still we are talking about home-based instruction. We are talking about special educational setups also in the policy, but the direction is very clear. It's going to be inclusion, and now talking about exclusion is considered as something you cannot, right? You are taking away right of the child when we talk of exclusion. So now we should leave it to the child whether he want to study in the inclusive setup or special educational setup. So these things we have moved a lot. We have done a, I think, tremendous job from 90s. If I remember, last 30 years we have done a lot of work in this area. So let us start with the topic of today, that is non-verbal learning disabilities. And I thank organizers for choosing this area, particularly which is neglected, in fact, in terms of research. Okay, so this is okay. This is the slide is not moving. That is the issue. Okay, so we are talking of, okay, now it has gone at one by one. So non-verbal learning disabilities. So I think from yesterday you might have discussed, but this just briefly I want to touch up what is non-verbal learning disabilities, and we will move ahead. So it is believed to have neurodevelopmental basis that involves a dysfunction in the brain's right hemisphere. So just I was talking, we have focused a lot on left hemisphere all these days. Left, a general consensus, a general idea is left is basically related with language related activities, and basically right hemisphere is considered as reasoning, logic, that is mostly non-verbal, performance based. So that is right hemisphere is considered is related to more of non-verbal performance based, that is maybe mathematics, logical thinking, inferential thinking. So that right hemisphere is basically a region which looks after these areas. Then right hemisphere function is the part of the brain that process non-verbal performance-based information, including visual, spatial, organizational, and evaluative processing functions. So even if we see Wessler's intelligence test or standard progressive matrices, or even diagnostic test of learning disability, or even GLAD. Even we had items related with performance based tests. You can go through the test if you are, I think you are using to identify children with learning disabilities. So when we were using all these tests, even battery, Niemann's battery, they all have items related with visual, spatial, organizational, and processing function, basically performance. Even SPM, basically it is all performance based. There is no verbal, it is not a verbal test. So it is a non-verbal test to identify the IQ, intelligence of children. So we are using these tests to identify learning disabled, but particularly we have not worked on the area, maybe that right hemisphere dominant activities related to right hemisphere. It is frequently pointed out that hypofunctioning of the right parietal lobe, a region related to numerical and quantitative senses. Basically, right hemisphere, it is related to numerical and quantitative senses. That is why it is the inferential, logical thinking, reasoning. They are all related to mathematical functioning. So maybe nonverbal learning disabled or maybe weak in arithmetic. That we will see in the next slides. Non-verbal learning disorder. So this is developmental learning disorder, as you all know, and the problems are related to social perception. I think now the previous lecture was on, I think, social perception and related to that, then inferential reasoning and arithmetic. So basically 3 areas which are a problem of children with non-verbal learning disabilities. and they are unable to comprehend the significance of many aspects of their environment. So this is again related with social perception that you might have already talked. Difficulty in interpreting the meaning of others' actions, gestures, and facial expressions, and in short, have trouble reading between lines. So, ये जो है, again, this is related with the functioning, social functioning. They may not be able to understand. That is what we call reading between the lines. If somebody is they are in some conversation, they think they are talking about me. So misunderstanding social conversations, may not be able to interpret what others' actions, gestures are. So they have difficulty in these areas. And this, I think, again, many might have touched on this aspect. For example, if someone says, just a minute, we understand they will be with us shortly. For a student with NVLD, non-verbal learning disability, this means exactly 60 seconds. So it's not only with non-verbal learning disabled, even with learning disabled, they have this confusion related with left, right, spatial orientation, andaz lagana, duri ka andaz lagana. So this is a problem with even children with learning disabilities. But I think it is a problem for non-verbal learning disabled. This is a specific problem with related to non-verbal learning disabled. Then, what are the general characteristics of non-verbal learning disorders? They have poor motor coordination, difficulty in maintaining balance and fine motor tasks, visual spatial abilities, and ability to understand spatial relations. Basically, this is the major problem. Duri ka andaz lagana. Ye ek, जैसे for example, we have to travel 10 kilometers. We have an idea how much time it will take, how we will travel. So for children with non-verbal learning disabilities, this is a problem. So andaz lagana, duri ka andaz lagana, space ka relations, that is a major problem with these children, and it is a problem with even learning disabled also. And non-verbal communication, inability, non-verbal communication, inability to use and understand body language, that is related with social perception, cognition, and non-verbal problem solving abilities. जो non-verbal है, जो verbal information नहीं involved है, even I doubt on SPM. For example, in SPM, children with verbal, it is no verbal thing is involved. So non-verbal, sometimes I don't know how they do perform on SPM, which is non-verbal test. So these are the indications how we have to identify children with non-verbal learning disabled. Low arithmetic skills, definitely, since right hemisphere is a problem, functioning is a problem, dysfunction. So they will have problems in low arithmetic skills. So if we see overall, basically it will boil down to two areas. That is, one is related with social skills. Then the other one is related with arithmetical or mathematical skills. So that is why we say in processing difficulties, basically learning disability is still, there are people who question how is learning disability is a disability. From beginning, this was an argument, but basically learning disability is a processing problem. Children have processing problem. So that is why and the reasons are so many. So there is no definite diagnosis and each child is different. So it is very difficult to diagnose children with SLD, and sometimes over-diagnosis is also a reason. So there was a lot of misunderstanding in the beginning in identification of children with learning disabilities. But now with the improvement in tests, we have many tests. Now we use it. Now we are talking about non-verbal learning disabilities. Now there are many tests, and in many subject areas also we have tests. So we are able to identify to a certain extent learning disabled properly. So the processing difficulties related with non-verbal learning disabled are visual, spatial, and social difficulties, social interaction, interpersonal skills, that is social deficit, emotional deficit, emotional behavior deficit. I think you might have this have been already discussed, so we will move ahead. But basically, learning disability is a processing disability that we have to keep in mind. Then what we have found out in research in the area of non-verbal learning disabilities, what there are some studies which have conducted, and what they found out. It's a case study kind of thing. So they have done a study on children with non-verbal learning disabilities, and what they found, their verbal intelligence better than visuo-spatial intelligence. So how they have found out? This is on the basis of tests. Whatever test for identification of children with learning disabilities. Now we have items related with verbal intelligence. The learning test disability identification battery consists of all the items related with verbal. There are, if we take DTLD, there are 10 areas. Similarly, Wessler's intelligence test and Niemann's battery, we have, you take any test for identification of children with learning disability, we have items related with all these areas. So for example, it was found that verbal intelligence better than visuo-spatial intelligence. So verbal intelligence is superior to the performance or executive intelligence. So this is one area this we can find that their verbal intelligence is better than the performance or executive intelligence. So from this statement itself, it is clear they do well in verbal related activities, may not do well in performance related, like symbols, performance, symbols, signs, then executive intelligence, execution, where they have to execute. So they may not do well. So this is one of the finding of the research. Then high or above average performance in vocabulary, the same thing, similarity, that is related with similarities and information. There are items related with vocabulary, similarities, and information. On these items, they are doing better, that is verbal intelligence again, and performance in non-verbal area like block design, then object assembly. These are visuo-spatial intelligence. So these are activities, for example, object assembly, they have to assemble the object. There are maybe picture of an elephant. There are pieces of that elephant, and in given time, the factor is item, there is a time limit, and children with maybe without learning disability, they may do that activity within a short time. But children with non-verbal learning disability, they may not assemble that maybe in that time period, or they may take longer time. So this is how it is found. Those children who are not learning disabled, they do well, but non-verbal learning disabled, they are not able to do in block designs or in assembling objects. So they may take time, or they are delayed learners. Even in the case of learning disability, usually we think they are when in which class they perform at least 2 levels lower than the class they are present, or their peers. They are not able to perform like their peers in their own class. So this is one kind of some findings related with the non-verbal learning disabled. Then visuo-constructive impairments. Visuo-constructive impairments in all applied tests like figure copying and object assembly. So construction, they have to construct by seeing. So this is again an area, figure copying. You see, you have to copy from the maybe board, or you have to see and draw. So there are activities where they have to do this activity. Sometimes they have problem in doing that activity. So again, they may take more time in doing that activity, performing that activity, or again object assembly that just we have discussed. They may take more time than their peers. So this is how they are poor in performance. So then the impairment is striking when you see children with without these non-verbal learning disability and children with without this problem. It is striking when we see children, both a group of children given this activity. For some children you may give this activity, same activity, for a non-learning disabled and non-verbal learning disabled. So non-verbal learning disabled will take more time in this kind of activity. That is what being observed. So this is the basis for identification of children with non-verbal learning disabilities. Then inefficiency in visuo-spatial working memory, requiring generation of mental images. You see, when we talk about reasoning, logical thinking, or inferential thinking, it is not like that. It is not so simple. It needs some kind of image already in your brain, and by looking at it immediately you recall. So you have to have practice over that. So where this again, the children with these non-verbal learning disabled may find problem in where they are inefficient in having mental images. They may have mental images, they may have, but after some time again it will be for them it is new again. So this is the problem with non-verbal learning disease. This is what has been found. Then poor performance in mathematics with good reading decoding ability. So from now we are slowly moving ahead, but strikingly what we observe that what we are saying, verbal they are good at, they are not good at performance. That is mostly related with logical thinking. So that crystal clear clarity is there, and we can differentiate between left hemisphere dominance and right hemisphere dominance. Left hemisphere is basically verbal and the right is basically related with logical thinking, reasoning. Then they have good reading decoding ability, but difficulties with inferential reasoning and abstract ideas. Again, you see, and these sentences are very important. They are based on research. So we have to inferential reasoning and abstract ideas. So for example, you see, abstract mathematics is the most if you all know, I think if anybody asks you, you might be aware of which is the subject which has most abstract in nature. That is mathematics. Everybody knows it, and that is why everybody's fear. There is a phobia. We talk about mathematics phobia, and even in CBSE exams, now we have two kinds of exam for students in 10th class. One is standard, one is I think 2 levels we have. So those who are going for mathematics at higher level, they will go for higher mathematics, and the other one is general mathematics. So this is composite. We used to say composite mathematics and general mathematics. I think it's a beautiful idea to have composite mathematics and general mathematics. So every child is not good at mathematics. That we have to keep in mind, and we cannot force children to go for higher order thinking. This because mathematics is abstract in nature. For example, even if you say for a normal child, what is abstract? Abstract, for example, maybe Chand Badal ke piche hai. For example, if we talk for some children, maybe for intellectually disabled or other children, imagining, we have to imagine there is a cloud ke piche chand hai. So normally other children will understand. So these are the complexities involved in children with learning disabilities and non-disabled. So these are abstract. Abstract means you have to abstraction is there in the mathematical problems, reasoning, logical thinking. So that is where they have this trouble. Then no problem. They remember arithmetic facts, but they commit visuospatial errors such as confusing between columns in the writing of calculations or procedures. For example, borrowing and rising, and poor reasoning and problem solving skills. And basically, and now a lot of literature is available. How, if you even basically, if you study children with learning disabilities and non-verbal learning disabilities, you find children, they know mathematical facts, basic mathematical facts. But when it comes to division is considered, even if now recently in NEP, not only with non-verbal learning disabled or learning disabled, but it is across, it is a problem. A sixth class child, division is an operation. For them, it is a difficult operation. So imagine our own children, normal children, whom we considered as non-disabled, are also not able to do division problem, even though they are in the sixth class. This is from the performance-based achievement surveys we are doing. So even a sixth class child, he is in sixth class and he is not able to perform a division. But you can imagine the complexity with learning disabled child. A normal child, according to us, is also not able to perform according to our own surveys. Then you can imagine problem with this learning disabled child, non-verbal learning disabled child, it will be more. So borrowing, raising, these are the problems where this in mathematics, and maybe in lower level they may not have problem. Again, this non-verbal learning disabled, because of their good verbal intelligence, they are able to manage up to maybe class third or fourth. But when the complexity increase, when they enter elementary stage, maybe third, fourth, fifth, then these problems will start. So this is one more observe. Because of their verbal intelligence, they are able to do well up to third, fourth class. Then do not have a generalized difficulty with calculation. That is what I am saying. Per se, they do not have generalized difficulty. Their problems emerge instead when dealing with specific processes, including visuospatial working memory, which governs calculation. That we have already talked about. They lack in visuospatial working memory, which talks about mental images. Only remembering facts will not do in mathematics calculation. You need to have mental images and you have to recall. So what is, I think, in the process of learning, it starts with perception, association, integration, then short-term memory, long-term memory, and exit behavior. So this is how learning takes place. And children with learning disabilities, even if they perceive, they may not receive. Perception, reception, association, integration, short-term memory, long-term memory, then exit behavior. So children with learning disabled, somewhere they are losing out. Maybe they may perceive it, they may receive it, they may have problem in association and integration. So this is how you badly need for a year later, you need to integrate what you have already learned, maybe in the previous class. So you cannot every day, you cannot start afresh. So mathematics needs every day they have to practice, which makes them do better in their future in higher grades. So impaired performance in written calculation and number ordering tasks. So this will proceed. Now they may do verbally better, but if the problem is related with written verbal calculation, again they may face a problem, because again the reasoning, logical things will come into. Only verbal intelligence, they are better, but once it goes a level higher, they will start having problem. So this is one thing area which you have already talked about. This is deficits in socio-emotional skills. I think you have already talked about, so I need not. So they are very shy, interaction and communication deficit, and it is a major area in they lack this non-verbal learning disabled. So then what are the academic difficulties? So we are talking about how the processing these areas, visual, spatial, video constructive, inferential reasoning, logical reasoning, abstract thinking. So they are all governed by right hemisphere. So once they are their dysfunction, there is some kind of dysfunction in their right hemisphere. So definitely they are going to face problems in their academic areas. So that starts difficulty learning math concepts and procedures. So maybe in early years of school, that is what from beginning I am talking, they may have trouble with numerosity, telling time, handling money, are difficult, and greater than and less than relationships. Even if we talk of learning disabled, so even sometimes even normal children confuse between less than, greater than. That is how it started. 9-6 confusion, PQ confusion. So they may. This is basic identity. In the beginning, we used to think they reverse the letters and all that, but understanding symbols, that is a problem with non-verbal learning disabled, even learning disabled, specific the other mathematical disabled, but it will be more problem for non-verbal learning disabled. Then in later years, they may have problem in transacting fractions into decimals. So little bit complexity, jaise badegi decimals, decimal values, units and places. These are the problem areas to begin with. Then describing geometric shapes, reading graphs and charts. So they may face problem in these areas. When we talk about even arithmetic, primary arithmetic operations, sometimes even learning disabled have problem in 2-digit problem, maybe 2-digit addition, 2-digit subtraction, then division and multiplication, but little bit, because since they are verbally good, so this problem may be delayed. Maybe this non-verbal will start feeling a pinch when they enter maybe into 3rd, 4th or 5th class. Then further, academic difficulty. Many have problem with certain language-based tasks in school that require understanding the big picture for solving new problem. Even though they are good in language to some extent, for example, but they have trouble with reading comprehension. They may read the paragraph, that is there. So that is what we say, simple paragraph reading they may do. But if you talk about comprehension, reading comprehension, as opposed to in earlier, maybe in 3rd, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd classes, they may read, but when they come to 4th or 5th class, then they are not able to comprehend the passage. They may read. Reading the passage is different from comprehending it. Comprehending, they have to make meaning out of the passage, coming out the main idea. That's there the problem starts. Then sounding out words and the structure. In the beginning, sounding, word utterance, word pronunciation, that they do not have a problem, but only the comprehension will be an issue when they move ahead. Then they may have hard time answering inferential questions about literature. Okay, you can imagine literature, poem. That is why even in how we plan, you see, when we start talk about language and literature comes into picture sometime. I think I just now I don't remember exactly. Poem से तो हम पढ़ाते हैं शुरुआत से, but in the beginning of our initial years, our focus is on language development. We never talk about literacy development. So when we talk about language development in the initial years, then we talk about literacy development in the later part of the career. So as a student life. So when it comes to literature and it comes to poem, again, poem, it is beautiful for children to enjoy. But in poem, literature means according to poet, the meaning of word changes in a particular poem. And sometimes a word in a poem may have a different meaning according to the poet. So there lies the problem with non-verbal learning disabled. So there are direct meanings, and also in poem, and that is why in poem, if you see Nietzsche, after the poem, according in this poem, what particular word meant by the author, it is also written. So that is complexity. Simple direct meaning they will understand, but as per that poem, in that poem, what the author meant by that particular word. So that is where the complexity will start. So simple verbal intelligence, they have verbal intelligence, they will understand simple words, direct meaning, but they may not understand the meaning as per the poem according to the author. So these are the complexities where the non-verbal learning disabled. Then they may have a hard time answering inferential questions about it. That we have discussed. They have discussed. May have problems interpreting metaphors. I think I don't know exactly metaphors in Hindi, and understanding multiple meanings of a words in a text. Not only in literature, in even the text also. For example, here words are. It is not her. Her words, it is not here. Her words were a knife in his heart. मतलब उनका कहना है कि वाइफ की बात है, मतलब मिसेस somebody's wife is talking, so it is like her words were a knife in his heart. वो उनकी बातें ऐसे लग रही थी कि that meaning of that मुहावरे. So it is very मतलब she was talking very harshly, that meaning that of this sentence. This is muhavre. So you know muhavre has certain meaning. It will convey certain meaning. It doesn't mean exactly what it is written, but it conveys मतलब उनकी शब्द कैसा है इस sentence में. तो इस तरह का complex sentences may be difficult for. It is not here. Her words were a knife in his heart. So may have difficulty writing essays, trouble identifying information and evidence that support their point of views in a thesis. Again, the complexity will increase when it is reading comprehension, maybe a big essay, big passage. So there, they may know what they want, but they may not able to convey it. So this is the problem with non-verbal learning disabled. Then academic performance. So they marked lack of aptitude and proficiency in arithmetic, reading comprehension, spelling difficulties with concept formation, problem solving, and transferring learning from one situation to new situation. So again, these are the, I think, basic areas. Only thing is their problem goes on increasing as they move from maybe middle level to even secondary level. So this is the problem solving. It is badly needed to solve mathematical problems. Then you have concept formation, then transferring learning from one situation to another situation. Maybe whatever we are learning, basically this is again whatever we learn in the classroom, so we have to apply in our life. So for example, you have learned all basic mathematical facts, but you have to transfer it into your real life situation. Again, they may learn in the classroom, but again, while when they have to use in the real life situation, transfer, it is transfer of learning. So their application part, again we talk about knowledge, understanding, synthesis, application, where it's skill, the highest level is skill. So they may have knowledge, they may have information, they may to some extent analyze, synthesize, but performance using its skill, particular skill using that they may have problem. That is the word recognition, sight reading are strong, but not overall reading comprehension. Sight reading, they can simple text they can read, but comprehension is a problem. May tell you the story, but not able to describe the main points. वो तो जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल स्टोरी तो पढ़ लेते हैं, बट if you have to come out with what the story conveys, इस स्टोरी में क्या कहा गया, इस स्टोरी का मतलब क्या है, इसमें क्या मेन पॉइंट्स क्या है, what it is conveying, so that theme, major theme क्या, so that is what where comprehension or little understanding, reasoning, that is involved, so they may have a problem. Then handwriting is a difficult task, but spelling errors are limited because of their good verbal intelligence. So they may not be that facing problem in these areas initially. Then as the child moves into middle school, science becomes very difficult because of the demand for more abstract thinking and to apply learning to new situations. So for non-verbal learning disabled, I think opting for mathematics or science may become difficult because of the problem they involved, because they lack in these areas. So and the abstraction reasoning increases, science basically is based on facts. So for them, it may become little tough. So I think for non-verbal learning disabled, if they choose an area which is not abstract, not needs lot of reasoning, they may do well. So this is another indication that non-verbal learning disabled may do well in where there is no abstraction, where in subjects where abstraction is less, reasoning is less, logical thinking is less. So they may go for that kind of areas. Now let us talk of how, now we have talked about what kind of problems these children do face in school years, how the problem increase day by day when they move from maybe primary to secondary and secondary to higher secondary. And interestingly, we are having lot of children doing well also, in even though they are maybe identified children with learning disability. I think a few incidences I have heard somebody topped entrance test of at undergraduate level of Delhi University was a learning disabled. So that was an interesting thing. He has overcome. I think somebody was telling he was diagnosed earlier. That child was diagnosed as children with learning disability, but did well in the entrance test. Now we are talking about somebody yesterday, some in the chat, I was seeing how we will identify a child with an individual of 21 years age. Now he is 21 years age. Can we now he is asking for diagnostic tests. Maybe how we identify, label him as he want to get tested for learning disability, 21 years old. So again, it is a problem, challenging area, challenge to us. But whatever tests we have, we are able to identify. I think tests are ranging from primary to maybe even for secondary also we do not have a test. So that is the fact of the matter. We do not have a test to identify late diagnosis. That is maybe late diagnosis. They were never diagnosed. They were in the initial years, they were not diagnosed. Now, and another, somebody asked me, she is into graduation, and we have how we can identify whether she is learning disabled or not. So these are the gray areas still we have to work out. But it's a challenging area. And if you go through the literature and if you read their biography, basically whoever has been identified as learning disabled later on, they wrote they were not identified in their initial years. Otherwise, they could have overcome their problem to some extent, and that problem still persists, I think, because still we do not have an test to identify at secondary level, but the work is going on. There is a somebody is working on that at secondary level. Then again at college level, and somebody with 21 years of age. So we have to think. So how we started this area, and now we have come to a situation. Now we have to still grappling with some more challenging questions from the clientele that they want to be tested. They want to get tested for identification of learning disability or non-verbal learning disability. We do not know. So we do not have a test as on date for secondary level and higher level. So that we have to work out. Then that is why this area will continue to be a challenging area, the area of learning disability. So principles of intervention. When I talk of principles of intervention, even when we began for identification of children with learning disabilities and intervention, we started way back, I think, in 90s. But to begin with, we went to school, and the principal says, "Sir, they face a lot of problems. Why don't you check all of our students?" So then what we used to do is whatever tests we had that time. So we applied and we started working with those children. Then now we are in a situation, we are in a better situation. We have so many tests. So how we work with these children in the classrooms, in the inclusive setups. So the basic principle remains same, whether it's in learning, any kind of learning disability, correcting underlying biological defects. So if it is possible, we try to see that if the child is suffering from any kind of biological defect, then developing neurological process, that is the process involved in learning. Basically, that is why it is learning disability, perception, reception, association, then integration, short-term memory, long-term memory, and the exit behavior. Recall, when they need to produce, they have to produce. So this is how learning takes place in any individual. And somewhere our learning disabled children, they miss out. Where if sometimes in some children they may perceive it, may not be able to receive. Some children may perceive, receive, may not be able to associate. They sometimes perceive, receive, associate, they are not able to integrate. If they are able to perceive, receive, associate, integrate, they are not able to remember it. So these are the basic problems. So every stage of learning, they may have some problem depending on their type of disability. So this also we have to develop in them these processes, whether it is any type of learning disability, we have to develop in this. And developing, of course, once we talk about processing problems, we work on processing problems, then we start working on academic skills. So effective interventions for NVLD, non-verbal learning disabled, include direct instruction, strategy instruction, and appropriate adaptations. So I think we have three kinds of strategies which are used even for direct instruction is used for all kinds of children, but it will work well with children with learning disabled. It is also called explicit instruction. Direct instruction is also called another, we call it as explicit instruction. Then strategy instruction, that helps in that is note taking, thinking aloud, and adaptations. So this nowadays we are talking about the classroom adaptations, and much has been done by CBSE. They have come out with lot of in the exams also. They have come out with the adaptation. So these strategies, I think these strategies will work with non-verbal learning disabled. Then I think there are other strategies which may work with social skill disability and other disability, but this is basically, these are the strategies are work for non-verbal learning disabled. Then, for example, we talk about associated spatial perception problems, because this is spatial perception is one of the major weak area in terms of non-verbal learning disabled. So reducing novelty in a situation by reminding students of strategies they use to handle similar problems or similar circumstances. Matlab, they need to be reminded of what they have already done, so that they will attempt a new novel situation. So this is one kind of strategy already, like experience. That is whatever they have learned, using that for a novel new learning. Then providing explicit verbal instruction for anything that requires understanding as a part or whole relationship. Again, explicit verbal instructions. Why we are saying verbal? They are good at verbal instructions. Then reducing the amount of visual stimulus on a page. So now again, visual stimulus, if a lot of information is there on a page, that is a problem area for non-verbal learning disabled. So they may not be able to perceive to stimulus. So what we do when we give spatial, we want to improve spatial perception, see that reducing the amount of visual stimulus on a page. Then attention problem, maybe these strategies will also work with other children, but basically when I'm talking, these are strategies for only meant for non-verbal learning disabled. They here again, students may have a doubt, sir, it will also work with, yes, maybe that I'm only what I'm talking is whatever these strategies will work better with children with non-verbal learning. Then attention problems, visual contact to check if the student is listening, then repeating a predetermined alerting word, the instructions are coming next. So before you start your lecture, for example, that is why when we start, when we go to a classroom, always we start with a topic. And what we do, we start a topic and we write it on. Then students, okay, now madam is going to start. So how we start, then movement breaks. Of course, it is related with attention. So you need to give breaks. Then sitting with limited visual distractions. So this will apply for whoever children having attention problems. Then associated motor problems, explicit instruction. That is what that is a repetition when teaching a motor skill. Handwriting instructions such as handwriting without tears, the fun way to master handwriting skills. Then keyboarding, these are all general instructions, will apply to almost many children, but they also work well with non-verbal learning disabled. Keyboarding instructions such as type to learn. Then occupational therapy. So this is another important, again, this is common for many children who have these motor problems. Then executive functions, samples of how to solve novel problems. Then develop a repertoire of approaches to a problem when something looks unfamiliar. Different approaches to a problem when something looks koi naya cheez, novel. Again, if it is a novel, again depend on your previous experience. Then practice learning the material in many ways, such as by labeling it, drawing it, answering essay questions about it, and completing short answer questions about it. So these are the general strategies which also be applicable to children with non-verbal learning disabled. Then writing problems, graphic organizers, that is concept maps. That is it is a pedagogical tool that uses visual symbols, express knowledge and concepts through relationships before. So it is for explaining concept map. Concept map is to explain a concept, maybe a flow chart that will help these children make things simpler. Then flow charts, outlines that we use for many with many children. Then when necessary, allow students to type write assignments that it is being allowed, or even voice recognition software such as talk to type instead of handwriting. So, but these are all already now the facilities are being given to children with learning disabled, and that option of choosing another subject, that is all there. That is already there. CBSE has considered, and lot of development. You see, lot of development in these years. They are considering now, even to be for the first time, minister has talked about dyslexia in the parliament. I think for the first time, he was making a statement about dyslexia. So he said, I do not understand what is dyslexia. So at least there is a talk about dyslexia even in the parliament about learning disability. So this is a new area. That is what they were talking about. So they have to work on it. Then for associated math problems, mathematics problems, use language to describe every step explicitly. This we are for everything explicit. Three strategies: direct instruction, strategy instruction, then adaptation. So these are the basic strategies. Then use their verbal skills to narrate all math procedures. Since they are good at in verbal skills, so we have to use those verbal skills to explain mathematical procedures. So maybe to throw flow chart in verbal explanation, step-by-step instruction with verbal help, verbal instructions. So that is how it is helpful. Then sample problems on top of homework or a test. Then use consistent spatial arrangement of items in maths. Basically give spatial, they confuse with lot of visual information, visual pictures. So that is, we have to maintain some space between the items. So this is another thing we have to keep in mind. Then it's mathematics is about relationships between quantities, space, structure, and time. Is based on understanding patterns and relationships between these abstract concepts. Basically, abstraction is the major hindrance for children with non-verbal learning disability, because of the challenges associated with non-verbal information processing. So they are not able to process information because of their non-verbal learning disability, typically struggle with most aspects of mathematics. Badly, they struggle in mathematics, badly, and including concept of time, money skills, measurement, number alignment, mathematical science, and spatial concepts. So they have problem, can follow step-by-step process, but have difficulty varying from established routines. So जो routine, जो step-by-step, जो simpler things they may understand. When you move up to a difficult level, then they start, then they will have problem. So general academic functioning, direct instruction, we have repeatedly, we are talking. Sometimes in my presentation, I am talking some things repeatedly because maybe a lot of literature when we do work on it, so they are mentioned in different places. That is why you can see direct instruction coming, explicit instruction coming in various slides. So direct instruction in the use of appropriate assistive technology also. Now, one good thing has happened is now you can use calculators also. That is also being allowed. Sometimes you use computer for giving exams, assignments. So these are small helping children with learning disabilities to some extent. That is, they are helpful. Then break tasks into manageable segments. Then break down and explain abstract ideas in detail that students can recall. जो abstract idea को थोड़ा if you explain in detail, so they may recall it if you work on that. Then teach students how to use private speech to initiate. Private speech, maybe formal, informal talk. So that is how you start help them. Then direct or maintain their behavior because they have problem in social skill disabilities. They have social skills problem. Then you can have private talk. These are how they will. You can help them to initiate. Then how to self monitor, reduce symptoms of inattention and impulsive behavior. So we can also teach them these behaviors. Then some physical education, that is what we have talked about, occupational therapy, then recreational activities, for example, swimming, yoga, walking, and therapy to enhance perceptual and psychomotor skills necessary for group sports. So basically they lack in these areas. So I think it will improve group behavior, group activities, as well as individual activities and occupational therapy. So some individual sports are also helpful for non-verbal disabled, like karate, track and field. So these are all through literature. We are now things are, so we have some literature which is helping. So if a child is identified as non-verbal learning disabled, so in which activities, in which items we have to help them. So that is how this much progress we have made. I think it is good. Then reasoning skills, again, reasoning is another area which they lack. So concrete objects means you use, if you are talking about 5 apples, maybe you have to bring 5 apples to the classroom. So that is how. So there are again 3 levels. When we talk about concrete objects, representational objects, then abstraction. When we teach, there are 3 levels we can teach a concept. One is maybe 5 apples. If you bring 5 apples, that is concrete. Then representational, drawing of 5 apples is representational. Number 5 apple is abstract. So this is how the level of teaching also varies. So when we talk with them, may you start with maybe concrete objects, manipulating materials, and break down word problems. Then also complex situations, you can use cue cards, which will help them. Cue. I love giving some cue, you can help them. Then formula sheets, even in sometimes it may be good, even in the exam, I think mathematics involves lot of formulas, formulas. So maybe if you give a hint of a formula, then the child may go ahead with that solving that problem. So that kind of help, like to begin with. So that may be also like we are giving now calculators. So formulas, remembering formulas. Once the formula is given, he may calculate. So that help to begin with. We have to push them. Then they may practice and they may succeed in future. Then patterns of practice, estimation before problem solving. So before we start a big problem, so these are the initial steps we can prepare them. Then enhance comprehension बढ़ाने की, vocabulary test, simplify terms when practicing new problems. Then use a partner to generate ideas. Also, we may give him a peer to generate ideas, create a file system for main subtopics. So this is how in a reading comprehension passage, they may highlight something. So this is how we can help these children improve their reasoning skills. Then calculation skills, more hands-on, that is, and concrete objects, practicing with real life items. For example, measuring classroom. If you are in a classroom, measure. So directly they have to do. Measure a length of your board, maybe table, bench. So doing it, real life situations, measuring cups, practical examples that relate to students' real life experiences, building models that will help. Then procedural memory. Teachers typically model strategy used for students. The use of sequence mapping, multi-step directions are the key for key math facts. So there is a key math legend facts that translates operations into words. Operations को words में explain करते हैं. So these are the ways we can help children with non-verbal learning disabled. Then use of strategies, organizational self-monitoring, checking, rechecking calculations, graph paper to line up numbers, then subdividing answer sheets into boxes and highlighting operational science maybe for them to understand easily. Then calculation to use a math vocabulary reference sheet for test. So जब test देते हैं तो so we may give them some kind of help. So vocabulary, with the help of vocabulary, they may do well. If we give, then reading comprehension includes the ability to form visual pictures of what is read to create a whole picture, linking new information with previous knowledge, identifying main ideas, inferring meaning, and summarizing. So what reading comprehension basically involves, what is the main idea, what is the inferring meaning, and what is the summary part. So these are the main. So if we practice them on the basis of what is the main previous knowledge, then what is the main idea, what is the meaning it is giving, and what is the summary of it. The next, underlying, highlighting keywords using a graphic organizers, that is will help them concept map type, then our flow chart, then asking question to highlight key information, summarizing. So these are the ways we can improve reading comprehension. That I think we do with all children. Then making reading process more active. Reading aloud. Usually reading aloud may be a good idea. Then previewing and questioning using chapter summary notes or study guides. So these are the ways we can help them in reading comprehension. Then assistive technology. Again, in reading comprehension also, now we have assistive technology which is helping children with. There are many softwares available now, how to improve reading comprehension, how to improve all these skills basically. I think that is, they are helpful for children with learning disabilities. Then even with written expression also, we can help them. Again, use of technology is a plus point. Now we are talking about this assistive technology basically for even any skill development, samples, outlines, mind mapping, using a partner to generate initial ideas. So these are the ways how we can help them in all these skills. Handwriting also, how it can be improved, like well-spaced prompts. Then teacher prepared lecture guides to minimize the need for note-taking. I mean, note-taking, since they have at higher level, they may have this problem. So lecture guides, notes, what we handouts we say. Then aiding with folding, cutting, scissors, arranging material with a visual spatial manner, maps, graphs, mobiles, etc. Providing direct instruction in the use of assistive technology for production of written work, text-to-speech software. So these are all available nowadays. And the final thing, when we talk about even adaptations, we are nowadays talking about opportunities to read aloud during tests. Maybe sometimes even the test is based on, test marks are based on only reading. Now we have written tests. So sometimes with children, if higher level maybe, so they may be written this reading aloud, this on the basis of that also we may assess the child. So that is also a possibility. Alternatives in assessment, basically alternative assessment. Not only they have to sit and write the exam, so you have other ways of assessing these children. Then scribe for test, okay, that is already being used. Now it is allowed, and even a lot of improvement. Even now for a child, they are asking for at least 5 names for CBSE. So before the exam start, they have to give, I think, 5 names. Again, they are 1 class lower, and all those conditions are there. Additional time and assignments and tests. So these are all being provided. We are, I think, thankful to our boards that they are helping. They are helping children with learning disabilities, and still lot needs to be done to overcome the problems of children with learning disabled, whether it is non-verbal or any type of learning disability. Otherwise, we will see children growing up and writing their biographies, and they write again. So we were not identified at initial level, or we were not given any kind of remediation, or that is why we are like this. So all the biographies which you read right now they mention that we were not given help when we were children, or when we were in classroom. I think that situation we should avoid. I think we should try to help children with learning disabilities as much as possible, so that they will succeed in their life. Ultimately, all what we are all doing is, this is right to education, and every child has right to learn the way he want. So as a teacher, our job is to provide all kinds of help to children to succeed in their life. So with these words, I will end my presentation. I hope I have tried to convey what you wanted and what the participants are looking for. Hope so. It is now it is up to you.
Thank you, sir, for taking session, elaborative session and on intervention strategies, academic competence enhancement. It is such an insightful and enriching sessions for our participants. Thank you for providing your unique perspective, sir, on their basic functional anatomy physiology to performance-based analysis of problem in children with non-verbal learning disabilities, and their intervention emphasizing on academic skills and their relation to neurological process. So here I am going to take one question. There is one question from our participant. The question is from Gayatri Prakash, and she wants to know that what is the difference between decoding and drawing inferential reasoning? Difference between decoding and underperforming in one of the aspects.
Code, what is that?
Sir, difference between decoding and drawing inferential reasoning.
I'm not getting inferential reasoning.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And I think that you see reasoning, inference. What is the inference? Drawing out something, inference from that particular item or whatever we are talking. That is inferential reasoning. What inference it is giving? What is the reasoning? What is the logic? So that is inferential reasoning basically. And drawing, what is saying?
Repeat the question.
Yes, ma'am. What is the difference between decoding and drawing inferential reasoning, and why the child is underperforming in one of the aspects?
It is very, I think, why the child is
Underperforming in one of the aspects.
okay. Drawing, you see, drawing is related with visual perception. Drawing is related with visual perception. The child needs
Dr.
to.
Venkateswarlu, it is not. I think Dipti's voice is breaking, and the question is, what is the difference between decoding and drawing inferences? Inferences drawing. Is it Dipti?
Yes, ma'am.
Drawing inference. Okay, drawing inference and decoding.
Decoding.
Maybe decoding is basically coding. I think same drawing out information. Decoding is, again, when you decode, you are drawing out something and you are decoding, and the complexity involved in that decoding. Then again, inference, drawing, inference. Again, I think both are related. It's not underperform because they may not be good in that area. That is the reason they are underperforming. They are not able to draw inference from that. That is the reason they may underperform in that, or they may not be decoding properly. So that is the reason for their underperformance. I may not be. Maybe you may explain, if anybody can explain that.
Like what the question the Gargi Prakash has asked, I think she wants to know what is decoding and what is inferential reasoning. So I think decoding can be how you can decode in your brain processes, in the mental processes, and drawing inferential reasoning is a practice. Like the children with NVLD, they have challenges in drawing inferences because they cannot read between lines. So decoding is a mental processes, and drawing inferential reasoning, which is a challenge for these children, has to be taught to them, has to be trained to them.
Yes, ma'am.
I think is it clear?
Yes, ma'am, very much clear. I think the participant has noted down the information. This is very much clear now. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for the answer. Now, with this, we came to end of this second session, and definitely this will add the knowledge to our participants, all these deliberations. Now, I want to make an announcement for all the participants that now we proceed towards lunch, which is scheduled from 1 to 2 p.m. And all the participants need to join at 1:45 p.m. sharp so that we can proceed to our next.
Dr. Venkateswarlu, thank you so much. Thank you for such an enlightening and such an enriching session. You have taken so much pain to your busy schedule, and you have accepted our request. Thank you so much, Dr. Venkateswarlu.
I think it's for me it is a learning again learning the concept afresh. Otherwise, it is non-verbal. Basically, if I to all the participants, when we were offering this area, one of the experts who visited us that time way back, she asked whether you are also working in the area of non-verbal learning disabilities. So that time it was very difficult to answer that question when we started in the beginning, because that time even giving, like you see, when we started, very difficult. But now you see, we are thinking about even this 1%, maybe 1% or 1.5% of children which are right hemisphere. They have their dysfunction in this, and we have not focused. And frankly, I was going through, I have searched a lot of literature. I was going through a lot of literature, and I found that the statements made last 25 years, we have not worked in these areas. These are the statements in the literature. So I think this is a left out area, and now at least the focus is on non-verbal. It's good, and it happens to be the area which I am familiar with. That is right hemisphere, my area of work in mathematical learning disabilities. Thank you once again for all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. So much. Thank you. Messages are there for the enlightening session in the chat box. So much appreciation are there. And after the lunch for our very interesting session by Dr. Roma Kumar.
A very good afternoon, dear participants. We welcome you all back after a hearty lunch to the third session of this important CRE program, Management of Children with Nonverbal Learning Disabilities. Today, we are having a very important session post-lunch, which is titled as Inclusion of Students with Nonverbal Learning Disability, Current Scenario. This session is being taken by Dr. Roma Kumar, who is the Vice Chairperson, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Sir Ganga Ram Hospital, Delhi. Let me introduce you all to Dr. Roma. Dr. Roma has a rich experience of more than 3 decades in the field of mental health. She is a senior consultant psychologist in the field of child health in the Institute of Child Health. She is also serving as the Vice Chairperson, Psychology, Institute of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Sir Ganga Ram Hospital. She is the senior consultant at Max Hospital, Delhi, Gurgaon 2. She is the founder of Saksham Child and Adolescent Guidance Clinic. She is also the partner and co-founder at Emotionally, which is an online therapy, counseling, and coaching platform created and designed by an expert team of psychologists, coaches, behavior technologists, and technology professionals. So we are all highly honored to have you amidst us today, ma'am, and we welcome you for this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's really nice to be here on this platform, connecting with all of you, all learned people over here. Thank you, Sampurna, for introducing me, and thank you, Professor, for getting me here. Thank you, Dr. Pujari, for getting me here. It's really wonderful to be connecting on a topic which is very, very close to my heart, which has been always very close to my heart. We all keep hearing about learning disabilities. You know, we've heard this term forever and ever and ever, especially for the people who've been in the field of, mental health. And I think that the new thing that we are talking about is the non-verbal learning disability. I just make a little shift over here that let's not just focus on the word learning disability and all that is connected there. I'll begin with an example that a 32-year-old young man walks into my office and says, I need to be assessed because the psychiatrist has sent me for a psychodiagnostic evaluation. And he just starts talking. The first thing that comes to me is he's not making eye contact. He comes in alone without any parent or any other person along with him. He's looking at the mirror, which is right behind me, and he's looking at himself, not making eye contact. Fluent English he's speaking, but there's a little breaking in things, and there's an emotional area which is affected. That's the first impression I get once the 32-year-old walks into my office. And when I start asking him what the issues are, and he says, I have been diagnosed with autism spectrum in my childhood. And I also have probably schizophrenia because I was admitted in outside the country for a couple of years in rehabilitation. And then he's currently working. He's got a small little restaurant, which he's not able to manage, but one of his parents is managing. So he was trying to give me all the information about himself. But what I saw was that the emotional affect was completely not there. He was just talking. And he came in with 2 problems. He says, I don't know what's the area of the, why the psychodiagnostic has been advised, but I've been told that since I have been going to, women a lot, I've been going and having sex with women. He said it very openly. He was not mincing his words, nothing. He says, I'm having sex with women and I go to the sex workers and I have sex with them. That is one of my problems. The second is that I make a lot of prank calls to various countries and I get a sadistic pleasure out of it. And I'm happy doing it. I don't see anything wrong in it. but my psychiatrist feels that I need to talk about it. He's not carrying any prescription. He's not doing anything. He just comes in, walks in with this. Now, that's a typical area of a non-verbal area that I'm talking of, that we are supposed to be talking on. That there are so many other areas apart from the learning problem, the academic problem. He's talking very well. He's done his grades. He's done some computer courses. He's educated, but he's still not able to manage himself. And especially when we talk of non-verbal learning disability, we know that we're talking of, because they're majorly overlooked. A lot of their behaviors are majorly overlooked, misunderstood, and underdiagnosed very often, or they're confused with diagnosis of various other disabilities which are commonly seen. And when I saw this person, his facial expressions are completely different. His body language was, he was just very normally sitting and talking, except for 2 times he said, it's embarrassing for me to tell you, but I will tell you everything, what really happens and how did I come to know. And I've been doing it for many, many years now. But I don't see anything wrong in it. I'm not scared of it, but my psychiatrist feels that I need help. And I asked him a question that, what about your parents? So they're aware of it, but that's okay. I know I can't get married, so I don't see there is a problem in it. The tone of voice was, different. His cues were very, very different. He would talk excessively in between, not able to control his emotions sometimes. Now, this is a typical example of somebody who walks in with these issues which are not related to the learning disability area. Second, I'd like to talk about another person one of the persons who walks in with parents, and the parents say that she has been doing very wonderfully well until grade 8, and then COVID set in, and so many other problems came in. There's a screen, there's everything else, but now she's not studying well, right? Now the school sent for an assessment. Now, when the school sends in for an assessment and a child has been doing very, very well until grade 8, I know that there is no learning disability, because the child would be doing wonderfully well, has been achieving his grades, has been performing well, achievement oriented, everything was fine. What is this? Did COVID do something to this child? Did the anxiety, the panic, or the depressive areas come in, or there's some other behavioral issues which have come in? Now, we are also seeing, as clinicians, we're seeing a lot of behavioral changes in children and young adults who come in for an assessment, not doing well academically, sudden regression in grades because of COVID, or without any COVID also. So one really needs to look into the emotional area. A lot of us ignore that emotional area, ignore the mental health area. And very often, if my mental health is affected or my emotional area is affected, I will definitely have problems in my academics. I will definitely not be able to concentrate well. I will be struggling to do my writing. I'll be struggling to read. I'll be struggling to have my math. And I'll also struggle with what kinds of subjects I need to choose after my grade 10. If my grades have not been good, so on and so forth. A lot of behavioral problems coming in when children are referred for an evaluation. One has to be very cautious that, am I only going to look at the academic area, or am I going to look at something which is totally different? There is a family dynamic which is affected. The family fabric is affected. A third example I'll give you of this child who's 6.5-year-old, now presently 8.5, but 6.5 when she was referred. When I got a call from one of the well-known corporates, they said, we really need help. That is a COVID time. We really need help, ma'am. We need to save this person who's working for us. And currently he's in one of the hospitals. And then when I started getting the history, I was told that his wife passed away 4 days back. His mother passed away about 10 days back. And his father had passed away almost 15 days back. So the grandfather, the grandmother, the mother gone, father struggling in the hospital because of COVID. Now there's this child who's 6.5-year-old. She has no clue where my parents have gone or where my dada dadi have gone. Going a little more deeper, I said, okay, so maybe she's staying with the maternal grandparents. And they said, no, a month back, both the maternal grandparents also passed away because of COVID. Can you see the amount of shock or the amount of, debilitating feeling that one gets when you hear that a 6.5-year-old has no one to go to? So who's taking care of this child? One cousin, brother of the father taking care, who's far away related. I had jitters actually. We couldn't go to the hospital. So I had to do everything online, everything. So when we began his counseling, he was in the ICU with his oxygen and everything. So we had to get hold of the guard. We had to do so many other things to get the phone inside and speak to him. What was I doing? I was just speaking to him. I was just connecting, talking. I got his daughter on the Zoom call. I got everybody else who was connected to him and talked to him. His oxygen, which was very low, came up to 88, after 6 days. I was continuously talking 3 times in a day, and his oxygen level came up to 66. And, the last day when I spoke to him, he just said, I'm going to get discharged. Now, he was not able to talk, but he was writing and showing it to me. I'm getting discharged tomorrow. I was giving thumbs up. That's excellent. You're doing very well. You're moving forward. And in the night, I get a call from that same corporate that we lost him. The struggle began after that. The struggle began after that with that child. The government took away the child into their child homes. She was, as it is, lost her maternal grandparents, her paternal grandparents, her own parents, and she's gone to a completely different place. So I actually fought for that case, for the child to come back to that same cousin brother, because she had got used to that cousin brother. Academics completely gone. She was not concentrating. She was crying. She was having crying spells, or she would get into behaviors of aggression. A lot of aggressive behaviors. When she started talking, she would be aggressive. Not doing classwork. Her schools changed. 3 schools changed because the time lapse was like this, then the online classes. So finally, now she is in a different city. She is staying with the same person who's a far off cousin brother of the father. But when she comes to me now and she asks me, she says, why was I left? I should also have gone. And she's just 8.5 now. Yes, there are very limited resources. People are not looking into getting the child more into counseling and not focus only on the school area, because the school comes secondary for this child. These are the non-verbal areas which are there. I'm not talking exact non-verbal learning disability, but I'm talking of things that we miss out. These are the areas that we really need to look into. We really need to focus on assessments for these children, and they are in vast numbers. We don't need to get a non-verbal LD diagnosis for them. We need to get them to be included in the setup. We know that the RPWD Act has all those 21 disabilities, but what do I do with a blood disorder which is not mentioned over there? A blood disorder which is, apart from the 2 disorders, the other blood disorders not mentioned over there. The child not able to do well. Where should I put this child into? Should I put the child into a blood disorder which she doesn't have? Should I put the child into learning disability? Should I put the child into mental illness for her to get that help from the board? Now, that's a very big question mark, because we are struggling with these issues. That's why it's very important that our school counselors, our special educators, they need to be well versed with. It's not just a clear-cut diagnosis of learning disability or a non-verbal learning disability. You have to actually look into the fact that the child needs to be in the setup, help that child to be within that setup, get the other kids or other people, even at the university level, to sensitize them that what is happening to this person. This person needs assistance. And if we are there together, we can assist this child. And believe you me, I have done it in numbers, in lots of numbers, to get the children into some work area or into even some degrees, because the schools are not willing to budge from a certain, certain way that they function. I don't blame the school. I don't blame anyone. But when I'm a child advocate, I think I need to focus on the emotional area. I want people, is it possible for people to put in questions on the chat? If they have specific questions, they can put it on the chat along with what I'm talking so that I can address those questions also. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have invited the questions on the chat box. Participants will be addressing their questions to you in the chat box and we'll be putting them to you as and when they
All
come.
right, all right. All right, all right. That's good. I had not clarified that, so that's why I asked you. Another child who comes in who's 7.5 now, 7 years and 8 months now, comes in and says, पढ़ाई नहीं करनी है मेरे को। क्यों नहीं करनी है पढ़ाई? मन नहीं कर रहा, पढ़ने का मन नहीं करता, स्कूल नहीं अच्छा लगता, सारे सवाल जवाब पूछ लिए, कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता, बट पढ़ाई नहीं करनी है। क्यों नहीं करनी है? कोई जवाब नहीं। A 3-year-old or 2.5, 2 years, 9 months child put into a play school, very much in the place where I'm sitting at the moment. And the child goes to the school and the school calls up the parent and says, please take away your child because the child is continuously crying. Now we all know separation anxiety, we know lots of other things that the child is having those problems, but parents, हमने इतना पैसा खर्च किया, इतने अच्छे स्कूल में एडमिशन दिया और ये बच्चा स्कूल नहीं जा रहा। मैडम कुछ करिए इस बच्चे के साथ में, इसकी काउंसलिंग कर दीजिए। 3.25 साल का बच्चा, मैं क्या काउंसलिंग करूंगी? मुझे तो पेरेंट्स के साथ बात करनी है कि क्या हो रहा है ऐसे जो बच्चा स्कूल नहीं जा रहा। So when I start talking to the family, I realize that the family is not there. The family is, the father and the mother are very busy working. The little child is kept with either the maternal grandparents or the paternal grandparents. The child is being taken care there because both parents are working. They only take away the child after they come back from work. This child is highly anxious, highly anxious. Now he's at a different state, worked on, done a lot of play therapy, done a lot of parental counseling. The child is now able to be in the classroom, but parents say, school se aake batata nahi hai kuch bhi. He doesn't tell what he's doing. The only thing he comes back and tells is, I ate this. I had fun eating this food. Apart from the food, he does not talk about anything, what is happening in the school. So when we are talking of children with learning problems or non-verbal learning problems, I think what we really miss is the deeper conflictual areas, the deep rooted emotions which do not get resolved, or a child who's probably in adolescence, who's getting into experimental risky behaviors, a child who's getting into multiple relationships. We have all the social media available to them. They are getting into multiple relationships, and I come here with data to tell you that this is very much happening in your and my cities. I think we need to open our eyes and ears to help these children, because for them, it's immediate gratification which is most important. Academics don't come in very easily there, and they know their parents will spend a lot of money to put them in some school, in some hostel, or in some organization which is outside the country, and they will come out. So are we looking at just getting a degree, or are we looking at them that they are able to be responsible, they are able to take their decisions, they're able to solve their problems? What is it that we are looking at? So earlier we addressed the emotional area. I think that's going to be a really good thing that can happen, Anybody here with questions? I'd be happy to answer anybody's questions. You can just put in the questions. You can put it directly to me also. I'll be able to take it forward from anybody who's worked with children, who's having problems with children. Please put in your questions. I'll be able to even address something that is just directly put to me. And if not, a general question.
Ma'am, one
I'm sure
question
from
has,
yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah,
Ma'am, one
yeah,
question
yeah.
has
Tell me.
emerged from the participant. One participant wishes to know that just now you mentioned about the deep-rooted emotional aspects. So as teachers, how can they reach out to help the child cope up with such issues? Because often they are not spelled out, just as you mentioned.
So when there are deep-rooted conflicts, they don't come out very openly, except in maybe some crime behaviors, sulking, anger. Anger comes in out in a very big way. So you can pick these three areas, but you can't pick up the other, which is remorse or which is sadness, which is not being shown, because if your environment is such where you don't show sadness, you will not be showing that sadness. As a teacher, you do a lot of things because teachers are the best counselors. You don't need a counselor. Teachers are the best counselors. You're working with children every day. The first thing that you need to do is be giving them privacy and confidentiality. You will not talk about the child who's showing any issues in your common areas where you're talking to other teachers and saying, "Acha, ye to aaj aisa bachche ne ye kiya tha." Never talk about it. Make no communication regarding that in a common area about the child. If you see that the child is showing some issues, hold on to the child, get the child to a different place, connect to the child, talk about something and everything other than study or other than the problem that you see. Create a rapport with the child. When the child starts seeing some trust happening, or the child starts feeling that I am heard, that this person is willing to help me, will start showing you some input on where the problem is happening. I have families and families where there's violence and abuse in the family. It does not necessarily have to be physical violence. There's a lot of emotional abuse which is going on in the families. Families have broken in large numbers during the COVID time and currently also going through breakups. Children do not wish to talk about it. But when you connect as a teacher and you find out, let the child talk about it rather than you giving solutions to the child. Giving solution is not the answer. The child has to get the solution himself or herself. You can do many things. You have school counselors. You can take the child to the school counselor and talk. Don't let the child feel stigmatized that the child has big issues. Children do come and talk about it. Okay, so I have another question over here also. Some technique strategies for, yeah.
Gargi Prakash wishes to ask you some techniques and strategies for instilling emotional regulation in children with special needs for both highly verbal and those who don't have good communication skills. So for both of these categories of students.
Yeah, the first thing that works a lot is play. Play works very well with them. When you are talking and connecting with them on their play times and their play areas, a lot can be done. When I say play, you can create families over there where you can have dolls of every age or structure. You can just talk about dolls and create roles over there, and the child starts understanding what is happening. You can do that. Play therapy works very well. Second is the art. When you get them to draw, when you get them to color, they come out with a lot of, their feelings and behaviors come out. Also, if you have that little connection with them, not just disciplining or not just reprimanding them, but just connecting with them, they come out with many more solutions and answers themselves.
Ma'am, there is one more question by Namita Dhaya. She wants to know that how to handle if the child has a lot of sensory issues like stimming and auditory shouting and jumping, how to improve on his one-to-one learning. If we just work on sensory integration, then we will make him learn things like command following and speech development too. So she wants your expert advice on that, ma'am.
Yes, that's true. That if you work in the sensory areas, you can teach them all these things that you're talking of, command following and speech development. But along with that, I think we don't completely say that stop this activity. What we do is allow them and yet not allow them. That means they are allowed to do at a certain time and they are not allowed to do at a certain time. Second, when they're doing it too much, I think you can hold on to them and start taking them somewhere else, walking around with them, talking to them, or doing some other activity, breaking the pattern. That also works a lot. uh, Focus on first the child being in control of themselves. If the child is not in control of his or her own behavior, the child is not going to be able to do any learning that you're expecting that the child should be learning. So you have to just go slow on these areas.
Ma'am, the next question is by, we have a lot of questions pouring in, so I'll bring up the
Good,
questions
good.
one by one
Yeah.
for you.
Hmm.
A participant, Ms. Pushpa, wants to know, are there mainstream schools who give admission to non-verbal children with learning disability?
Well, there are lots of other schools now who are giving admission to non-verbal learning disabled children. There's a provision also by the CBSE and the Educational Board that the children need to be in the mainstream, in the inclusion setup, and they have to go through their disability certification to be able to get into that. Nobody gives you a diagnosis of non-verbal learning disability, but whatever the diagnosis is, the schools are giving. There are few of them, not many, but they are giving. And slowly, gradually, we are increasing in numbers. The schools are increasing in numbers that the children are getting admission.
Yeah. Ma'am, there's a next question by Ms. Geetu. She wants to know how we can make parents understand that if a boy child is infatuated towards someone and not able to express his feelings clearly, and when the parent tried to counsel, then the parents became more tensed about it. So how to go about such scenarios, ma'am?
See, and that's why sexuality education is very important. And especially for parents to understand that this is a part of growth and development. And if the child is getting infatuation, completely normal, a boy or a girl, it's completely normal. We have to get the child to use his or her energy elsewhere also and not just on sexual gratification. So talk to the child that is completely normal to feel like this. It's completely fine. Don't have to scold or reprimand. I have parents who put their children on the roof in the sun with mirchi on them and giving them so much of punishment. So they'll be completely, having some different idea about sexuality totally. So we need to allow children to, let them experiment, let them talk, let them take responsibilities for their behaviors. And it's all right to be infatuated. So parents need to be continuously given that guidance. Parents need a lot of help on that.
Ms. Geetu, I hope you have got the answer, because Madam has very clearly pointed out that children should have the freedom of expression. Ma'am, the next question is by Ms. Vidushi. She says that she has a student who is 4 years old and he refuses to go to school when forced by the parents. He even ran away from home, though overall he is a very happy child. So how to handle such cases?
So I'm not sure when a child runs away from school, is there something which is happening? 3-4 things that one needs to be very cautious about is some abuse happening. If there is some abuse happening, the child will do this kind of different behavior. I always tell parents to be like hawk-eyed, You have to have some hawk-eye over the child. You're sending the child to the bus stop with a caretaker or a helper. We have no idea what is happening from home to going to the bus. I have got families who've seen children go through abuse during that time. I'm not saying this particular child is having anything. You have to rule out abuse. Now, abuse, it will be a physical, sexual, or a emotional abuse. Either of these three will be happening to the child. The child will not run away from home. There is something happening. One needs to talk, one needs to connect, one needs to find out, and not just look at forcing the child to go to school. That means the child doesn't want to go to school. There is a reason. Is the child developmentally functioning age appropriate? First, we want to see that also. Is the family having some issues within themselves? Are the both parents on talking terms with each other? Is there some anger happening in the house? Some alcohol happening in the house? I don't know. There could be various things. This child is probably being exposed to something which is not all right. And the child is running away because there is some issue there. I don't want to put the label on the child that he's got ADHD, he's got a ODD behavior, opposition defiant behavior. तो दिख रहा है defiant है, rebellious है, पर कोई कारण होगा ना, उसके बिना तो करेगा ही नहीं. आप और मैं नहीं कर रहे तो बच्चा कर रहा है, इसका मतलब कुछ है. Don't attack the parent, because what happens when we attack the parent, they get defensive. Never ask why. Always ask what is happening around. You will get the answers. One just has to be very patient. I hope I've been able to answer that. And this is very close to my heart because I'm seeing so many children being abused, and so often, so one needs to be very, very cautious on these areas. So I have a question also, which has been directly given to me, is how do we teach them self-regulation? Now, we don't teach self-regulation, but we practice self-regulation, right? We practice self-preservation. We practice self-protection. We learn how to deal with situations which are difficult. Now, these are all difficult emotions also which are there. You know, something which is difficult, when a parent says no, it's a difficult thing for us to take. So when it's difficult, I should know how to navigate my path when there's a difficulty. So I have to allow the child to cry. I have to allow the child to, be angry, but still sit down and chat with the child and say, I understand that you're angry. I know that you're angry. What else is happening to you? Talk to the child. What happens? We do not talk, we command over children. We do not allow them to express what's happening to them, right? We have to allow them to express. For example, children come and tell me, दिल में दर्द होता है. ऐसे पकड़ के बताते हैं, दिल में दर्द होता है. मैं बोलती हूँ हाँ दर्द होता है, एक्चुअली में दर्द होता है. तो फिर क्या करें जब दर्द होता है? Don't refute कि तुम इतने छोटे हो, तुम ऐसी बात कैसे कर सकते हो? Talk to them, connect with them, make some good conversations with them. They will come down. That's how we teach them. They ape these behaviors, they learn through experiences. Their life experiences will teach them how to regulate themselves and allow them to make mistakes. Don't keep on doing things for them or keep on giving them solutions. Let them think so that their critical thinking is developed. I hope I've been able to answer that question, which was directly sent to me.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. As you said, acceptance from the parent side and giving freedom to the child is very, very important. Ma'am, we are waiting for further questions. As and when they come, we'll post them to you. You can continue.
Yeah, there's another question. Yeah, there's another question which has come to me directly. Is there any medication for sensory integration? So there's nothing like medication for sensory integration, but there are medications for attention deficit. There are medications which can calm you down if you have attention deficit, but that will only work on the attention span, not on your behavior. So there is no medication which is going to work on behavior. Behavior, we have to modify. Behavior, we have to be patient and not look at instant gratification of things. We make mistakes when we are raising children, and especially when as teachers, we see children from all backgrounds, and we also see that how the fabric of the family is very different, how each family behaves differently and talks differently. On one problem, there'll be different kinds of situations where parents are behaving with their children. So one has to be very, very soft with them and listen to them. As a teacher, you have the skill to be a good listener. So being a good listener, you'll get a lot of information. If you jump on conclusions, they will feel that I'm being judged. So never jump on conclusions, just listen to them. बोलेंगे, बच्चे बोलते हैं, माँ बाप भी बोलते हैं. Don't let them feel attacked. If they feel attacked, they will always defend and they will never give you the right answer. I hope I've been able to answer that question somewhere.
Yes, ma'am, beautifully,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. So there's another area that I would like to talk about is self-stimulatory behavior. Now, children with special needs also have self-stimulatory behavior, and they do it in places where you and me do not want them to do it. First and foremost, let's understand that when you're born, right, you have all these sensory areas or all these desires which are normally present. So the sexual desire is also normally present in when you are born, all right? It gets heightened and sharpened with either exposure to some sexual stimuli, or because the child is seeing other things, or there's less pleasure in the child's life. The child is trying to get all the pleasure through sexual stimulation, that is self-stimulatory behavior. So let's break the patterns of getting that pleasure from the sexual area to various other areas, and not reprimand the child, but tell the child that he's allowed to do it, but he's only allowed in these places and at these times. Not saying you will not do it, you are dirty, this is dirty, where did you learn it from? You're never going to get the right answer. You come down to the level and say, don't say that, yes, it's all right if you're doing it. Just say that you're allowed to do it only in these times, not other times. So that way, children also learn to regulate this part. When somebody asks me this question about emotional regulation or regulation of your emotions, that's how they learn. That's how you and me have also learned, right? Now, when adults are doing sexually self-stimulatory behavior, they know where to go and do it. They know when to do it. And that's what we need to teach children, and not tell them this is bad or this has got bad effects. That's another area that I wanted to talk.
Ma'am, Miss Tanya has a question for you. She
Yeah,
wishes
yeah,
to
yeah.
know that can you please highlight on the focus on the why, or why of behavior instead of what of behavior?
Yeah. So when you ask a child, especially of a behavior that you do not approve of, and you ask the child, why did you lie to me? Why are you lying? The child will probably give you 4 other answers like, उसके भी नंबर कम आए थे, इतने तो आ ही गए हैं, ठीक है, अगली बारी मैं better कर लूंगा. Will give you some other vague answers, but not the direct answer. Why will always make you be very defensive, will not give you a solution. When you say that नंबर कम आए थे, तो उससे क्या हुआ? आपको कुछ लगा? आपको कुछ फील हुआ? कैसा लगा आपको जब आपके नंबर कम आए? और कैसे लगा जब आपने मम्मी को झूठ बोला? आपको कैसी फीलिंग आई? क्या लगा आपको कि मम्मी को बताऊंगा तो डांटनी पड़ेगी? कैसा लगा आपको? So when you talk about the what does it do to you versus why do you do it, you will always get answers, and you will get point blank very good answers what it is doing to your emotions. Unfortunately, in our country, what we do is we do not allow expression of the child, emotional expression. दिल में क्या हो रहा है, कैसी फीलिंग्स आती है, गुस्सा आता है, रोना आता है, लगता है मुझे उतना प्यार नहीं मिलता, कंपैरिजन होता है, क्या फीलिंग आती है? Let the child come and talk about it, because the more the child talks, that's venting, that's also reflecting, and that will also help the child regulate their own emotions. I hope this is answered.
Yes, ma'am. And Miss Meenu wants to know that if a child who is 9 years old and engages in self-stimulatory behavior, then what should be done for such cases?
So the first thing is, don't get embarrassed. Don't get embarrassed that your child is, or as a teacher, you're hearing that the child is 9-year-old and is doing self-stimulatory behavior. Probably you need to also see, with the last 2.5 years, we're seeing a lot of screen usage. Many children and many families have reported on how the children have got access to pornography, how young girls are coming on the social media on Instagram and removing their upper shirts and talking to strangers and letting them view themselves without realizing the consequences. Now, this is happening in large numbers. Uh, if a 9-year-old is doing this, has the child been exposed to some stimulus? Has the child gone through some sexual abuse? Has the child that exposure of parents indulging into some sexual activity in front of the child, thinking that the child is sleeping? There has to be some exposure. The child will not get into this behavior so early and so easily and get completely addicted to this behavior. So we need to break the pattern. Don't stop the child, but try break the pattern, introducing many more activities to the child so that the child is engaged in more pleasurable activities. You know, probably जो pleasure उसको इससे मिल रहा है, हमें उसको बाकी चीजों में लाना जरूरी है. This will reduce. I'm not saying this will go away. We don't want to let it go away. We are going to reduce this activity. So if the child is engaging every day, 2 times, 4 times, reduce it to as less as possible. That's what the aim should be. So I have another question here. One parent is giving some medicine to the child for development of speech, even though after counseling, they are very much confident that it is appropriate. How to take further these type of cases? Even the parents are highly educated, but not able to accept the fact. Well, there is no medicine for development of speech. In my 35 years of experience, in my education, I have never heard that there is some medication for speech. Maybe there is something else that is there, or maybe the parent has misunderstood what the doctor has said, what the medication is all about. It's not for speech, definitely not for speech. Very often there are some vitamins given or some other medicines given, so maybe that could be it, but not, there's no medication for speech. So, and also there are some medicines which do not have side effects. A lot of homeopathy does not have many side effects, so parents feel that if you're giving this medicine to the child, there's no harm happening, so they continue to give medicine to the child. There's hope against hope. When we say hope against hope means parent is very hopeful that the child will be better, and that hope keeps them alive. So they'll go to any extent to help their child. We don't want to break their hope. We want to go along with their hope, build it up, and build it up with therapies, build it up with giving them the reality and not living in an imaginary situation. Things which are in our control versus things which are not in our control. I'm glad you asked me this question. Thank you for asking.
Our participants are really very grateful, ma'am, that you are there with us today. And there are a lot of questions which are pouring in for you, ma'am.
Very good. I'm glad. I'm ready to answer all the questions. And if I get stuck somewhere, I'll tell them, I'll come back with the answer. So I'm glad I picked up this topic of self-stimulatory behavior also. Also, we need to know that we need to be well versed with the fact that self-stimulatory behavior is not just in the male gender, it is there in the female gender also. And a lot is present in the female gender. Girls are smarter. They will try and hide as far as possible versus the boys, keeping that gender thing in view. Another area that I think I'm going to talk about is the eating problems that we are seeing, which are also related to children with special needs, the eating problems, not just with children with special needs, but otherwise also. Children not eating or children still on semi-solid foods even till 5 years, 6 years, children still on force feeding, not developing their food eating habits, children on the anorexia and the bulimia area also, where probably eating or there's obesity, and because they're eating and they're throwing up, or they're not eating because they think that we want to lose weight. ये वेट का इशू बहुत ज्यादा चल रहा है, कीटो डाइट बहुत ज्यादा बच्चों की आजकल समझ में आने लग गई है बात, छोटे छोटे बच्चे ऐसी ऐसी बातें करते हैं. So one has to be very cautious on when we are talking of eating, and especially for children with ASD or the spectrum children, they have difficulty with their chewing, with their kind of food that they're eating. So one has to be teaching them how to eat, how to chew, and how to have the right kind of food. I know we keep talking of healthy food versus unhealthy food, but that's not what I'm going to be talking about. I'm talking of how we have to be happy eating food. And we're eating for ourselves, not for anybody else. And how parents still indulge in wanting to give only a milk diet versus any other diet. So we need to encourage parents to use nutritive food as far as possible. When we say a healthy diet versus a non-healthy diet, I think all of us indulge into non-healthy very often when we go to a shadi or to a venue where there's chart area, and we are the people who are going there first. But yet, when if a child is doing that, we tell the child not to eat that. So how erratic and inconsistent we adults can be, and children are learning from us. The inconsistency, the way we behave, they learn from us. So never use these words that ये नहीं खाना है, ये तुम्हारे लिए अच्छा नहीं है, नहीं अच्छा है लेकिन ज्यादा नहीं खा सकते. When you allow the child with limit setting, I think that's what works the best. Creating boundaries. We have to teach our children how to live within boundaries. Now, boundaries are both physical boundaries, spiritual boundaries, eating habit boundaries, relationship boundaries, how when we get infatuated and not to get way too much into that relationship. So we have to teach children to be in limit settings versus anything else. So we create limits, things are much more better then. Any more questions?
We are still awaiting some more questions. Till then, we request you to carry on with the session.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so this eating area that I really thought that was very, very important for me to address. A lot of parents actually go through problems with the eating areas. Many children do not like to talk to parents. There's no harm. It's all right. The child is not talking. Don't push the child too much. If you push the child will keep quiet further. Find out with whom he talks, with whom he's connected. Does he like to write and express? Does he like to listen to music and express? Does he like to use art and express? Does he like to play and express? Because expression can be in various forms. And through that form in which the child is expressive, you do that. You will get along with the child and you will understand how to start connecting with the child. So it's important to even look there and not just look at labels, not just, discriminate them or let them, compare them in some manners. Don't do that. So that's area, which is another area which I thought is important to, child is not talking. Is not expressing. The child has vocabulary, the child has speech, but is not wanting to talk. Don't push the child too much. That way, we'll be able to connect and understand if we are using various other methods. So I have another question which is directed to me. If we are having non-verbal autistic child, how to check that child is getting what we are teaching, he is getting it. Okay, so you can use pictures. That we have the pictures area that we can use to find out whether the child is learning or not learning. You can use many more forms through written expression. You can use again art through which you can find out that the child is learning. Non-verbal autistic child, most of them are learning very, very well. They may not tell you verbally, but they will do the activities which you are doing through various forms, especially the pictures. You can create pictures in a pictorial form. Even a story can be put in a pictorial form and ask them to arrange it. They'll do it so you know that they have understood what you've taught them. So you can use various methods to do that. I'm glad you asked me that question. Any other question?
Still waiting for it, ma'am.
I think they've heard a lot since yesterday. They should be having so many questions now. I think they should ask. Should ask me, even if a question is not related to the topic, you can probably still ask me that question. Because you heard a lot about non-verbal learning disability, you heard about learning disability, you heard about assessments. I saw the entire program that you've gone through. So you heard so much about it, yet you can ask me many questions. Now, children getting into habit problems. You heard of habit disorders? बहुत बड़े-बड़े शब्द हम use करते हैं, habit disorders. नाखून, nail biting, one of the big ones. Another area is when you're sitting and your posture and your leg is, you continuously shaking your leg, or some movement is happening. We have habits which are there, which help us concentrate also. It's not that they are just habits and we have bad habits. They help us concentrate. A lot of us are not able to concentrate if we are not doing this. Another child that I can talk about is, plenty of children, but one of this child who came directly was with trichotillomania. I'll tell you, a child who removes the hair either from your eyelashes or from your eyebrows or even from your scalp. So a child who's in grade 11, but she's not able to stop herself. And she's become, people are bullying her, people are harassing her in the classroom. Her grades have fallen down. And she's been referred for getting help, especially the trichotillomania, that the hair is not there. So she's hiding it most often. She's been there with me for now almost 3-4 months. There's a lot of improvement in the person, in this girl, but she needs a lot of help. And I think her biggest conflict that came in was her parents in arguments. Every time that she meets me, she's talking of her parents being in argument. So she's become the identified person. She's coming in for help. And this way she's trying to get some help for her parents. That's what we call in psychology, the identified person getting help. There's another question there that
Yes,
what are the
ma'am.
legal
Aspects to ensure their rights.
they have
Niladri
their rights.
Sakar wants to ask. Yeah.
I won't be able to address this question very easily, but they have their legal aspects to ensure their rights. I think it's there on the Act, on the Mental Health Act, it is there. The rights are there. I have a direct question which has come to me. How do you teach appropriate behavior to older children with non-verbal learning disabilities? Schools are hesitant, parents have reserved regarding such issues. I think if I'm a parent, I have to first start getting comfortable talking about difficult stuff, difficult emotions. I have to be comfortable. If I'm not comfortable, maybe my spouse is comfortable. Maybe somebody else who's comfortable connecting, talking about these issues, or going to a professional who's comfortable talking and addressing these issues. I'll give you another example. A grade 9 student, she's come to me for 7 years of therapy, and now she's running her own business and very well settled. She came to me for 7 years. I'm talking of many years ago, and she would always come and sit cross-legged in front of me, and with small skirt that she would always come in. And the parent got her the first time was that we found empty packets of iPill in her bathroom. So when she was sitting with me and I was talking to the child, and I said, well, your parents are talking about it. And she was like, yeah, so Dr. Roma, don't you know what an iPill is? She was questioning me. Of course I know what an iPill is. I'm just confirming that your parents said that. Are you with them on that? That they found it? She says, yeah, of course. I am going to do it. I am old enough. I can do experimentation on sexual stuff. And what's wrong if I use the iPill? So she was getting, telling me that I'm not supposed to ask such a question. 7 years we worked with this girl. There were multiple areas. There was one area where she went into college and she came back, called up the police and said, I've got raped, which was not a rape, but she used it as an excuse. So there were so many things. 7 years it took me to understand, or her to get better on the sexuality aspect and how not getting into risky behaviors or the paraphilias that she was talking about. So one has to be very careful when you're listening to the child and not just labeling the child, but looking at getting help for that child.
Ma'am, another question has come up from one of the participants who wishes to know that autism as well as NVLD, children having such issues and such conditions often have eating disorders. So you have also mentioned about the eating challenges. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I think the best thing that we can do with children who are having eating issues is, first of all, get help with the occupational therapist, and especially they are good with the chewing and the biting and swallowing area. So that help is possible, and that you can get from the occupational therapist. Also, one has to be cautious on what are the foods that the child really enjoys. We begin with the food that the child enjoys versus the food that you and me want the child to eat. If the child is happy eating some crisps, I would allow it. I would not be saying not to eat it. If the child is happy eating crackers, I'd be happy doing it. First, let the child enjoy food, happy eating food, and then going on to teaching the child the food which is other than the crisps or the crackers. So it is a slow process. You can achieve. I have had children coming in from various cities to get help where the child is not eating food, and believe you me, they start eating. मेरी टेबल पे बैठे होते हैं और मैं इधर रखा होता है खाना, सब तरफ फैला देती हूँ. उठा लो, खा लो, mess create करो, कुछ भी करो. I don't care about that part. Eat, and they will eat. So don't look at a regimented stuff that eating यही खाना है, हम 6 बजे से पहले ही खाएंगे, रात को ये नहीं खाएंगे, दिन में ये खाएंगे, दूध पीना बहुत जरूरी है. अरे कहाँ लिखा है ये सब? Let the child enjoy eating food. You and me enjoy eating food. Yeah, we eat stuff which we are apparently not supposed to eat, but we still eat. हमारे घर में कितने लोगों को नहीं पता होता है कि हम नॉन वेज खाते हैं, नहीं खाना है, खाते हैं फिर भी लोग. So hang in there. I don't want to go against any of those religious stuffs and other things, but I'm just generally saying that allow the child to enjoy food. Let the child understand that he or she is eating for themselves and not for you. And it will slowly work. The child starts enjoying food then.
Yeah, thank you for answering that question, ma'am. There's another participant, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, ma'am, there's a participant, Wilson. He wants to know that during a camp, they once came across a child who was given eye correcting lens. This is a case of low vision, but this child needs expensive corneal transplant. So anything is possible for such children who hail from poor backgrounds. This is not related to the NVLD, but he still asks this question and wants your expert advice, ma'am.
Well, there are some places who are helping. The Netralaya, which is in South India, AIIMS. There's another center for eye in Delhi. It's a government setup. I think all these setup help the children. You can go there and get that help. The help is available. I have a question which is directly given to me. Child enjoys to play with her stool. The child is diagnosed with SLD and ADHD. Haven't seen these type of characteristics in a child till now. Is there some behavioral or some other issue going on with the child? My first thing is go and get the child assessed by a neurophysician, a child neurophysician, to first rule out any neurobiological area apart from ADHD, and then come on to the psychologist. The psychologist will be able to understand that What is it? It's the stool, it's the smell. What is it that the child is enjoying? Is it the texture? What is it that the child is enjoying? Is there some psychiatric area that the child is going to? So first, a behavioral neurologist and then a psychologist, a clinical psychologist will be able to help. Yeah, no more question at the moment. Come on, you can ask me more questions. It's the right time to ask me before we run out of time.
Dear participants, as Madam said, we are all awaiting your questions, your queries in the chat box. Madam is there to answer and help you with all your queries, dispelling all doubts from your minds. So please put in your questions. Yes, ma'am, there's a question by Miss Debashri. She wants to know that yesterday it was told that dyslexia and NVLD actually do not overlap. So what about dyscalculia and NVLD? So can a child be diagnosed with dyscalculia as well as NVLD at the same time? And can they manage simple calculations?
Well, we do have children with dyscalculia and NVLD. Yes, that is true. But dyslexia and NVLD are not the same. There are math issues which are there. Yes. So you can do all the therapies with the dyscalculia and the NVLD, but maybe the child gets some assistance for the dyscalculia. That is possible. Despite the verbal proficiency, a lot of these children show problems with the math area.
In continuation to that, there's a question by Miss Namita who wants to know how can we teachers teach self-regulation to children with ASD? So she wants to know about autism spectrum disorder, ma'am. Your take on the same.
Yeah, so we need to first find out, what is self-regulation actually? What in self-regulation are you trying to teach the child? And what is the age of the child? Depends on the age, depends on the severity of the ASD that the child has. And what is the self-regulation that I'm trying to look at? Self-regulation is a very big umbrella term. What really am I looking at teaching? So whatever I'm looking at teaching, I can teach, not the difficult ones, but let's begin with small, easy steps and taking baby steps to teach smaller regulatory things. Even like toilet training is also one of the regulation area. But what is it that we're looking at depends on the age, depends on the severity, and then we can train the child. Therapies are the same. You can use the same therapies.
We hope that answers Namita's question. We await more questions, ma'am.
Dr. Kumar, one thing I would like to suggest you, because by the time the next questions come, because here all the rehabilitation professionals are there and many are the special educators in different schools and all. And we know that you are being paneled as the disability certificate panelist. So if you can just bring out little that how the certification process of, suppose a special educator identifies a child in a school having some challenges, then how can she guide the mother for the certification?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. That's a...
If it is possible, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, sure. So if a special educator sees that the child has a problem, or class teacher sees, or the counselor sees, I think the first thing that needs to be doing is sensitize the parent that the child has some areas of concern. These areas of concern are academic or non-academic or behavioral or attention or defiance or whatever is there. Just sensitize the parent and say that possibility of help from the school at the school level and at the board level is possible, but we need some assessment of the child, and these assessments are not which are machine ke through nahi hoti hai assessments. They're all paper pencil item assessments. So if you can suggest the places that you can send the child for an assessment. Usually it's the clinical psychologist who is doing these assessments, and with these assessments a degree of disability is given to the child, and then the child comes back with the certification to the teacher or the school, and the school then takes it forward. So you have to, the first thing is sensitizing. If there's no sensitizing, it's considered as हमारे को तो मालूम नहीं क्या प्रॉब्लम थी, स्कूल को लगा है प्रॉब्लम, हमारा बच्चा तो बिल्कुल ठीक है. So usually you will get such a answer that my child is absolutely fine. Go to the right place where clinical psychologists will be giving the assessment, and there is a list which is available where the certifications can be done. So send the parents there. Yes, there's a lot of waiting which is going on. Yes, there is a lot of time that is taken, because sensitizing the parent that 3-4 बारी तो बुलाते हैं for the assessment. It's not like a 10-minute job that you look at the child and you give a certification or do an assessment that the child has a disability. And so when we sensitize, it becomes easier. So the more we talk about it, it becomes easier. But sending the child to a government setup or to a clinical psychologist is the thing that needs to be done for any certification to take place.
Thank you, Dr. Roma, for highlighting that important point, which was raised by Professor Dr. Jayanti Madam, because it's a very important aspect that our participants need to know and understand. So now the next question, which is posed by Ms. Debashri, she wants to ask you, ma'am, that she teaches children with autism spectrum disorder, and one of her students is not able to focus on pictures. So what can be done to help the child, because she wants to use pictures as a medium of teaching in the classroom?
So maybe the child is averse to seeing the pictures. Has the child's eye checkup been done? Is the child focusing well? Is the vision all right? You need to find that out. Second, you can use objects instead of pictures. So when you use objects, you can use similar things through objects for teaching, for any teaching aid that you're going to use. So use an object instead of a picture, and try and see, maybe the child is going to learn something.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering that question. We are waiting for some more questions, ma'am.
No, there's another question there.
Ma'am, there is a response actually. Yeah, there's a response by Miss Riddhi, and I think this is in response to Mr. Wilson's question about raising funds for the child who requires cornea operation. So Miss Riddhi suggests that Mr. Wilson can approach crowdfunding platforms like Milap, etc., for generating the required funds. So we have a good mix of, ma'am, very helpful participants also, as we can see that they're helping each other by suggesting. And so that's a very good aspect that we come to see in programs like this. So thank you, Miss Riddhi, for suggesting that to Mr. Wilson. Ma'am, we are waiting for more questions. Till then, you can carry on, Dr. Roma.
When Professor Jayanti talked about this, when we see the children with disabilities, I think as special educators, as occupational therapists, or any rehab professionals, it's very important for us to, although we get the child assessed, I think we are all child advocates. We have to be child advocates to get them included in the school setup. That should be our aim. It's the inclusion is the need of the hour, and not segregate them and then say that maybe this child's disability is way too much. Every school has some policy, but you are a child advocate at the end of the day, and your job is to get the child fitted into the system, into the community, and do as far as possible that is in your hands. So when you see small difficulties, begin right there, not wait for difficulties to become into big difficulties and then send the child, because the child also starts getting defiant and rebellious and not wanting to go, because the parent will say, you have a problem, you need the counselor, हमारे पास time नहीं है, तुमने पढ़ाई नहीं करी, इसलिए तुम्हें लेके जा रहे हैं. So the child sees it as a punishment. So the more we sensitize and the more we talk, that it's going to be helpful, and a lot can be done before the board level, that the child can get help within the school by a modified curriculum, by giving extra time, by reading out. You can do so many more things within the school level before the board even comes in. So it's up to us how we want to give assistance to children with special needs.
Very truly
So
said,
there's
ma'am.
another
And in
question.
continuation to the board's point, yeah, there's a question by Ms. Komal who wants to ask you that do we need to have the DMO sign only for the CBSE accommodations, because it's a very long process that parents have to wait much for it. So is there any other alternative process for it?
So what we usually do is that when the clinical psychologist gives a certificate, it has to be countersigned by the medical superintendent of that hospital. If the person is working in a hospital setup. And if you're referring to a government setup, there wahan to ho hi jayega. If it's a private setup, you have to just go to the medical superintendent and get it countersigned. It's not a very long process. So it's not necessary that you have to go through a DMO for this. It's not a necessary part. But it depends on smaller cities. If there's nothing available, they might still have to do it. But in the bigger cities, you can go to the medical superintendent and they will countersign the certificate.
Thank you for answering that question for Ms. Komal, ma'am. There's another question by Ms. Alka. She wants to know which all organizations undertake formal testing for NVLD in Delhi, and if the child is diagnosed with NVLD, is he or she eligible to avail provisions from the boards?
Yes, but if we give them a diagnosis of non-verbal learning disability, koi help nahi milega. But if you give them other diagnoses which are there in those 21 disabilities, yes, you will get help, because that's what is happening at the moment. But on special occasions, I have got help with even with NVLD. You have to actually, process that, and you have to push it through to the school and to the board. It happens then. Most of the government hospitals are doing it. There are some private hospitals who are doing it, who have clinical psychologists. So the diagnostics are happening very much in Delhi NCR. They are happening.
So Ms. Alka, I think you got an answer from madam, and that will be very helpful for you. Ma'am, we are awaiting further questions.
Yeah, so I've been picking up some of the very pertinent topics, Another topic is, बच्चे को तो प्रॉब्लम तो है, लेकिन हम बताना नहीं चाहते मैडम स्कूल को. आप कुछ करिए कि स्कूल को ना पता चले कि बच्चे को प्रॉब्लम है. अभी हाल ही में one parent was like, you can see from my facial expression, I'm giving the non-verbal cues, how much the parent must have disturbed me, that the child was got to me in March, just before the board exam. The parent was told by the school 2 years before to get an assessment, but the parent got the child just 4 days before or 5 days before the board exam for an assessment. Now, assessment is not like 15 minute ka job. It takes about 3-4 sessions, and especially if the child is like in grade 11 or 12. So we did the assessment, the report came in later, the parent said, we don't want to get any help, nothing, it's okay. Even if there's a problem, we don't want the child to go through this, because the child will feel segregated, usko lagega ki log kya sochenge, wo judge ho jayega, and all those things. बात खत्म हो गई, हम भूल गए. बोर्ड का रिजल्ट आ गया और वो पेरेंट वापस आ गया मेरे पास. बोला, जी मैम, आपने तो बोला था कि इसको प्रॉब्लम है, हम ही ने हेल्प नहीं ली. अब हम he has to appear for 2 more papers now because he is not done well in those papers. So we are doing 2 more papers. अब आप वापस इसके लिए लिख के दीजिए. Now these situations are also prevalent where parents take these decisions which they feel that poor child, but it's not the poor child, it's the parent, because the parent is going through that confusion in his or her own mind and feeling that मेरे बच्चे को प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो सकती. So they are trying to hush the whole thing away, or according to them, they are safeguarding the child, which they are not safeguarding. So this child had to go through another assessment somewhere else, and then gotten some help from the board, gave his exams. So such situations are also prevalent. No more questions at the moment. No? So we don't give a diagnosis of the child having a non-verbal learning disability, but there has to be other things which have to be present there then that child can get help. If the child has autism, yes, the child will get help. If the child has pure ADHD and no other learning disability, that's a very big problem, because ADHD does not come under the formal diagnostic area. So if the child has secondary learning difficulties, yes, the child can get help. If the child has borderline intelligence, there is no provision of that, but the child has to be given an intellectual deficiency to get avail any help from the board. So we have some restrictions there. As clinicians also, we go through problems in getting help and under what category to get help for the child. Yes, there's this
There is
very
another question by Miss Alka
तुमने मेरी
Sharma.
दुखती रग मेरी दुखती रग को पकड़ लिया अलका. दुखती रग है ये बहुत बड़ी. Some schools are forcing parents to get the formal testing done from government organization only, despite showing the CBSE circular by the parents. The school doesn't support the child. In such circumstances, can the parents approach the CBSE? Yes, yes, yes. You have a legal right. You have the right. You can go to CBSE and talk to them. And you can get the provisions. बहुत parents को बहुत धक्के खाने पड़ते हैं for any assessments के लिए, They actually go through a lot of problems, and then look at the child who's going to the school, going for tuitions, then going for these assessments, going and sitting there waiting in queues to get the formal assessment done. It's a very big problem actually. So we as rehab professionals have to get together to find some leverage, something for them, so that we get them help. Thank you for asking me that, Alka. I struggle for it every day. I'm almost like known as a person who fights with the CBSE and everywhere else. So if there are more questions, I'd be happy. Otherwise, then we'll be closing the session, but you can ask me more questions if there are.
Yeah, ma'am, we are awaiting further questions from the participants. Ma'am, Shatakshi has just put in a question. Can a child be assessed by a special educator with RCI certification not attached to any organization?
So it's very clearly said that you must have it from a clinical psychologist. You can be another person with your RCI special education. You can also be the second person in that assessment, but it has to be mainly done by the clinical psychologist. That's what the rule says. You can find my name on Google. It's very easy to find my name on Google. You just have to put my name and you'll get every information.
Ma'am, there is a view shared by Divya Batra when she says that parents are in denial mode in inclusive schools. So please elaborate on this, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll do a little change in thought. If you are on the parents, if you're in the shoes of the parent, the same thing that I said, why versus what, denial तो रहेगा. वो मेरा बच्चा है, मेरे बच्चे में कभी दिक्कत नहीं हो सकती. आप अगर डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे वो हमेशा डिनाई करेंगे. आप अगर घुमा फिरा के पूछेंगे वही सवाल आपके पास जवाब आ जाएगा. So आपके पास स्किल है. You are the rehab professional. Don't look at giving, asking direct questions. I work in, peer group where I have lots of psychologists who take in histories and everything. वो इतने परेशान हो जाते हैं, मैम हमने सेम सवाल पूछा और आपने पूछा, आपको जवाब मिल गया, हमें तो मिला नहीं. It will come with some experience. You just have to do circular questioning to get answers. Parents will be in denial. Don't feel bad about it. You have to let them know that you are on the side of the child. When I say a child advocate, मैं कुछ भी करूंगी आपके बच्चे की हेल्प के लिए, लेकिन start getting that trust in them. The parents will open up then, because parents को लगता है अरे स्कूल हमारे बच्चे को बाहर ना निकाल दे, टीचर हमारे बच्चे पे ध्यान नहीं देगी, बच्चे peer group can be nasty to my child, so my child will suffer. What if the CBSE writes on the certificate that my child has this disability? So parents have all these relevant questions in their head, you know. But some parents are different, but I'm generally talking these parents have these questions. They're relevant questions.
And Ms. Divya Batra adds that certain times she faces situations where when the parent is told that the child is facing difficulty in writing, parents themselves say it will be fine in the future. So how can rehab professionals handle such kind of scenarios?
I think you have to constantly keep on saying, and when you are a rehab professional, you have a teacher, you have the school administration. I think let it come from the school head or the leaders of the school to talk to the parents when the child is constantly having writing difficulties. Just say that the child needs help in the writing area. So we are only suggesting, or take some written note from them कि अच्छा बच्चे की हैंड राइटिंग अपने आप ही ठीक हो जाएगी, लिखवा लो उनसे, और क्या कर सकते हो आप, कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आप फोर्स तो कर नहीं सकते हो किसी को. But slowly, gradually, you know, keep on saying the same things, it will make a difference.
Very truly said, ma'am. Certain times force is not the solution, rather advocacy and being after the parent and sensitizing the parent is more important. There's another view shared by a participant who says that he or she is from Arunachal Pradesh, and as CBSE has circular that every CBSE affiliated private and government school should provide 2 special educators, but the same is not being followed here at Arunachal Pradesh. So your views on that, ma'am?
कुछ नहीं बोल सकती मैं. दिल्ली एनसीआर में भी यही प्रॉब्लम है.
Yes.
सब जगह यही प्रॉब्लम है. We still have to work hard. We have to train more people. Thanks to Amity University that they're doing that training. We have to train more people, sensitize more people, educate more people on special education and getting assistance, you know, for children. It's very important.
There's another question by Ms. Alka when she says that she has been informally screening children for years and then meeting parents afterward. But once a parent has even objected that they should have been informed and permission taken before the screening. So is there any protocol which can be suggested for such kind of scenarios, ma'am?
Well, I think what to safeguard yourself, what you can do is you can create a little write-up in your school, which you can send across that the child is showing these deficits, these areas of concern. Our special educator within the school setup will be taking care of these areas. And if we do find there's something, we'll let you know. Or call them before, talk to them, take a written consent from them, and then do it. It's a very valid point. You must take a written consent. These days, consent is very important because parents now know their rights. So you have to take consent from them. I would say thank you so much. I think I really enjoyed talking and answering all these questions. They're very stimulating for me, and I am happy answering these questions. And once again, I would say thank you.
It is a very interactive session, Dr. Kumar, and really this is only wanted like the special educators should clarify their doubts in wherever they are working. When they get a certificate, they are expert in their theoretical inputs. But when they go to a school, they face challenges in different aspects, and they didn't know where to go. And this is a really very good forum, and we look forward for many more interactive sessions with our students and any other all the rehabilitation professionals. Dr. Kumar, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Puna. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for making this, as Jayanti ma'am said, a very, very interactive session. Our participants send you a lot of love and a lot of gratefulness for your session, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Dear participants, we have come to an end of a very, very interactive session. where Dr. Roma has taken up all the questions which have been posed by the participants, and she has expertly answered all the queries. So we hope and we feel that this session has been very, very useful along with the other sessions which we have been giving you over the past 2 days. Before moving on further with the program, I would just like to repeat the instructions for both the CRE and the non-CRE participants. As part of the certification process, it is mandatory that you have to attend all the sessions, and we are very happy to see that all the participants have been very enthusiastically attending the sessions of both the days, as we could witness even now in Dr. Roma's session. Please attend both all the sessions of all the days, and we also will be sharing the feedback and the evaluation forms. As I repeated yesterday, the same thing I repeat again today, that the feedback form is same for day 1 as well as for day 2. The feedback link will be shared towards the end of the valedictory session, which will be starting soon on the Zoom chat box as well as the WhatsApp groups formed for the participants. So all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form for day 1 as well as day 2. The feedback form remains the same for both the days. So in case any participant has missed out filling the feedback form on day 1, nothing to worry about. You can fill the feedback form today, that is on day 2. The evaluation forms are meant only for the CRE participants. I repeat, the evaluation forms are meant only for the CRE participants. So the CRE participants are requested to fill the evaluation forms of day 1 as well as day 2. In case somebody has not filled the form for day 1, not to worry, the links for both the days, that is day 1 and day 2, will be shared on the WhatsApp group. I repeat, the evaluation form link will be shared only on the WhatsApp group meant for the CRE participants. It will not be shared on this common Zoom chat box. So in case a participant has missed out filling the feedback form yesterday, nothing to worry about. You can fill the feedback form, the evaluation form today. The evaluation form also, the link for the same will be shared towards the end of the valedictory session. So the link for both the feedback forms as well as the evaluation forms will be shared towards the end of the valedictory session. Please stay logged in so that you can enjoy the valedictory session as well as gain expert information and at the same time access the links.
Somebody is asking, Sampurna, that Manisha is asking that she cannot open the link. So,
Miss Manisha, not to worry. Our team will surely look into the problem, and please check your internet connection also once. Maybe you are facing an issue because we did not get any such issues by the other participant, but not to worry, our team will still look into it. Dear participants, please stay logged in. After a very, very informative session, we'll be soon moving over to the valedictory program, which will be starting shortly.
by this time, if anybody has any queries regarding the 2 days workshop or any other thing, they can put in the chat box. The faculty group is there to answer your queries.
Whichever participant is having any issue with the evaluation form as mentioned in the chat box, nothing to worry about. Our team is working on it. Dear participants, we will soon be moving on to the valedictory program, and let me inform you that we are having a very rich and expert members with us for this much awaited valedictory program. We'll be joined in by our chief guest, that is Shri Himanshu Gupta, IAS, who is the Directorate of Education, Government of NCT. And we'll also be having a very, very informative session by the other guests, including our founder, sir. So please stay logged in because it's one of the most awaited sessions, the valedictory program of the CRE, and we wish and we request your kind presence for the valedictory. So all the participants are requested to be logged in. We'll soon be beginning with the valedictory session. Dear participants, as we will soon be beginning with the valedictory session, I know you all have had a very rich, a very informative experience in this 2 days of the CRE program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability. We are very, very happy that all different participants from different states and from different parts of the country joined us for this very, very informative 2 day CRE program. We all have acquired a lot of rich knowledge and information about the management, intervention, techniques of identification, strategies for assessment, evaluation, and even covered topics like sexuality, self-stimulation, and other areas regarding the management of children with NVLD, be it in rural areas or urban areas. We all have taken in rich information from the experts who have joined us for this session. And in the valedictory program also, which is upcoming, we'll be having very rich information being shared with all of us. So before beginning with the valedictory session, we would be having a small video on Amity University, which will be played soon for all of you. Please stay logged in and thank you for your patient waiting.
Amity University, an amalgam of knowledge, discipline, and recreation. Let's take you to a journey of the Amity world, where knowledge blends together with modernity and tradition. India's leading research and innovation-driven university, Amity University provides fully functional scientific and technical labs to facilitate practical learning experience. Here at Amity, we encourage students to innovate and experiment in our highly advanced laboratories. From high-tech engineering to sophisticated hospitality, innovative biotechnology to administrative business management, and from creative media study to modern styling. Amity offers a wide spectrum of opportunities for its students to master the art of your choice. And this is not all. The university runs over 300 programs covering 60 disciplines across 150 plus institutions. Amity is proud of its students and is committed to make your college life a memorable journey. With its endless list of companies, Amity boasts of excellent placements year after year.
So dear participants, you all have seen the legacy of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and we always strive at providing world-class education to all the students, and we regularly organize such CRE programs, continuing rehabilitation education programs, for the benefit of rehabilitation professionals across the country so that they can keep themselves abreast and updated with the latest information and knowledge in the field of rehabilitation sciences, whether it is topics like Down syndrome, autism spectrum disorder, or untouched areas like the non-verbal learning disability. And we at Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences are really thankful and happy that we could gain the participation of such esteemed participants from different parts of the country for this two-day CRE program titled Management of Children with Nonverbal Learning Disability. We are very sure and we are very hopeful that it has been indeed a great and wonderful learning opportunity for you all. Thanks to all the experts who have joined us and shared their expertise with us regarding nonverbal learning disability. We will be beginning our valedictory program shortly. Thank you for your kind patience. Dear participants, we'll be shortly commencing with our valedictory program of the 2 day CRE program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in the inclusive setup. We are very happy and proud to mention that we'll be joined in by our chief guest, Shri Himanshu Gupta, Sir, IAS, Director, Directorate of Education, Government of NCT, Delhi. And we will also be blessed and we'll get to hear the words of wisdom by our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Founder President, Ritnath Balved Education Foundation, and the Chairman of AKC Group of Companies. So we are very blessed and we are very honored to have such eminent personalities who will be joining us for this valedictory session. I request all the participants to please stay logged in for the valedictory session, which will be beginning shortly. The 2 day CRE program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup is soon going to near the end, and we'll be witnessing the valedictory session, which will be beginning shortly.
A very good afternoon to one and all present. I, Anushya Kapoor Yadav, Assistant Professor, privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, at the valedictory ceremony of the 2 day CRE program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup with CRE status accredited by the Rehabilitation Council of India. May I now please invite and request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to kindly address the gathering and present the report of the 2 day CRE program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disabilities in an Inclusive Setup. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, please, to put forward the report presentation of the 2 days CRE program. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Anusha. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed participants, and my colleagues, a very good afternoon to one and all. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this valedictory program of the continuing rehabilitation education on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in an inclusive setup. I welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University. Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences establishes under the Amity Foundation for Developmental Disability is highly committed to prepare competent human resources in the field of disability rehabilitation. I'm happy and grateful that so many distinguished educators, psychologists, parents, and professionals have come forward to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better ways of grooming our future professionals in these 2 days CRE. I will take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to all and extend a very warm welcome to all. First and foremost, I place on record my heartfelt gratitude to our most respected Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, under whose benevolence, guiding principle, and unparalleled leadership has succeeded in making Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences a distinct mark in the field of special education and rehabilitation sciences. Sir, the passion you instill in us to augment thoughts with actions has made us achieve many new dimensions. Your Venyan presence has added immense value to this CRE program. With heartfelt gratitude, I welcome you, sir. I also place on record my heartfelt gratitude to our most respected Chancellor, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, under whose mentorship the Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences has bloomed to be a distinct institution across the country. We are blessed to have such globally acclaimed leaders. I also express my gratitude to our distinguished educationist Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Valvinder Shukla. I welcome Dr. S.K. Srivastav, sir, Senior Director and Vice President RVEF and Advisor at Founder President Office to this program. Welcome you, sir. With immense pleasure, I welcome our Chief Guest, Sri Himanshu Gupta, IAS, Director of Education, Government of NCT of Delhi. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request, and under your guidance, the inclusive ecosystem of Delhi, NCT of Delhi has evolved as a model in the state and across the country. As a chairperson, you have tied up with IIT Delhi, NIFT for revamping school curriculum as per NEP 2020. We are immensely pleased to have you in our valedictory program, sir. Your presence will inspire all of us in this program, and a very hearty welcome to you, Dr. Gupta. A warm welcome to our participants, research scholars, and professionals who have logged in from different parts of India. I also extend a very warm welcome to our Joint Director, Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, and all faculty members of AIRS. I hope all of you have enjoyed the 2-day CRE program and stimulating deliberation and sharing of knowledge by our wealthy resource person, without whose contribution this program would not have been successful. I am happy to present a brief report of this 2-day CRE program. The continuing rehabilitation, education, and management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup organized by Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences over the 2 days in virtual mode brought together practitioners and specialists for a critical deliberation over the management of non-verbal learning disability with structured sessions and panel discussions. The aim of these programs are twofold. First one is to upgrade and update the knowledge of rehabilitation professionals towards identification, assessment, and management of non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setting. Second aim was to promote development of desired skills towards identification, assessment, and management of non-verbal learning disability among the participants. Participants was observed from 13 states across the nation, and those states are from Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Delhi, Goa, Haryana, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. Respected Founder President Sir has joined us, and I heartily welcome Sir to this valedictory function. We are very grateful, sir, for you to join this valedictory function. And now the report of the 2-day CRE we are going to present. And the participants were from 13 states, and there are different type of CRE participants. They are the participants are CRE participants who have CRR number of RCI. There are students, scholars, academicians, psychologists, and special educators. And in a total number of, we recorded 147 CRE participants, and over 100 students, scholars, and academicians joined, making success of this 2-day CRE program. The program officially commenced with an inaugural session, and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences warmly welcomed the esteemed dignitaries and gathering of this 2-day CRE program. Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Senior Director and Advisor at FPO, also welcomed all the attendees to the program. Sir even acknowledged the effort of the organizing team of the CRE program for organizing the program efficiently. Our chief guest, Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, CBSE Delhi, gave the inaugural address. Dr. Biswajit also lauded the efforts of the organizing team on smooth conduction of the program and urged to continue organizing such training programs to sensitize parents, administrators, and other stakeholders to cater to the needs of the children with non-verbal learning disability, which is a lesser known disability. Sir also recommended to conduct more research programs in the area of disability management of rehabilitation, especially for non-verbal learning disability. The central theme of the topics highlighted over the 2 days of the CRE program. The first session was on the topic Understanding Non-Verbal Learning Disability, taken up by Dr. Professor Preeti Verma, former Professor, Department of Special Education, SNDT University, Mumbai, who has deeply engaged the participants in the thorough understanding of the nature, needs, and characteristics of individuals with non-verbal learning disability. Dr. Preeti suggests that CAMS model, which stands for Compensation, Accommodations, Modification, and Strategies, is one of the effective learning models for successful navigation of the challenges faced by children with non-verbal learning disability. The second session, Dr. Pooja Jha Nair, clinical psychologist and founder partner Total Solution from Telangana, conducted an in-depth and insightful session on screening, identification, and assessment tools and techniques for effectively identifying often missed disability like non-verbal learning disability. Dr. Pooja discussed various assessment tools for children with NVLD, such as brain-based intelligence test and other tests. Then the third session was a very interactive panel discussion that was highly fruitful, and we were graced by the presence of 4 eminent senior rehabilitation professionals, experts. Panelists are Ms. Alka Sharma, Ms. Anju Saxena, Ms. Aksi Nakvi, and Ms. Rajeshwari. They are all the senior special educator in inclusive school setting. They highlighted the need for having parent professional partnership, need for acceptance and promotion of inclusion through skill development of educators and trainers, provision for early and timely intervention along with infrastructural facilities, and advocacy for the rights of individuals with non-verbal learning disability. The panelists mentioned that the provisions offered under NEP 2020 supporting differential systematic instruction as per the needs of the child and training parents and caregiver provides effective management of children with learning disability. Day 2 also witnessed highly engaging and informative session. The first session was taken by Dr. Apurva Panishkar, professor from SNDT University, Mumbai, who appraised all the participants about various intervention strategies to teach social cues to children with non-verbal learning disability like facial expression, voice tone, voice volume, body language, and about personal space. Though detailed verbal instruction, situation-based activities, role play, discussions, visual aids, and creation of an accepting environment that will promote self-awareness, self-management, self-expression, and capacity to maintain relationship in them. The next session was taken by Dr. D. Venkateswarlu, who is a former director of School of Education, IGNOU, and professor and an expert of Rehabilitation Council of India in the field of learning disability, who has highlighted important intervention strategies to be based on the verbal intelligence and strength for enhancing academic competency among children with non-verbal learning disability. The last session was taken by Dr. Roma Kumar, Vice Chairperson, Clinical Psychologist, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Gangaram Hospital. Dr. Kumar has very interactive session and deliberated the unrecognized and missed disability, including NVLD, which impedes successful inclusion. These are the sessions which have been taken for the last 2 days, and the few recommendations have been culminated from this 2-day CRE program. They are, and our chief guest, Biswajit Saha, he has deliberated very well, and he has told training programs must also focus on creating teaching approaches like art integration, sports integration, etc., to cater holistic learning opportunities and to extract the gifted abilities in the learners of non-verbal learning disability. There was another recommendation, need for developing screening schedules and assessment checklist for children with non-verbal learning disability in the Indian context also was highly realized through this 2-day CRE program. Provisions for better individualized training and better infrastructure in schools is highly recommended for supporting children with non-verbal learning disability. There are other recommendations like awarenesses and acceptance is needed for true mainstreaming of inclusion for children with non-verbal learning disability, training of parents and caregivers, and working on the employability skills of the children with non-verbal learning disability, protection and due recognition of the rights of children with non-verbal learning disability, then social emotional learning and activities is recommended to be incorporated in the inclusive classroom setting. Technological integration is another recommendation which is to be considered to facilitate social emotional learning effectively. Last but not the least, the recommendation is to sensitize and training of parents, teachers for addressing these myriad challenges in children with non-verbal learning disability and to promote inclusion. Once again, I welcome all, and I hope that these 2 days were really fruitful for all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for the comprehensive report presentation of the 2-day CRE program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup. The 2-day CRE have been highly enriching and enlightening, with speakers renowned, esteemed, discussing and deliberating. Let's hear from our esteemed participants. Let us have now the experience sharing by participants and the learning outcome from the 2-day CRE program. May I now please invite and request Mr. Pradeep Kumar Tiwari, PGT Special Education, Directorate of Education, to kindly share his thoughts. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Tiwari, please. Do we have Mr. Pradeep Kumar Tiwari joined in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah. सभी को नमस्कार.
सर, आपकी वॉइस ब्रेक हो रही है.
मैं प्रदीप कुमार तिवारी और जैसे मैम ने बताया, मैं एज ए टीचर, इसमें जितने एक्सपर्ट्स ने अपने सीमा मैम, अपूर्वा मैम, पूजा झा मैम और बाकी लोग, ये सेशन बहुत डिस्ट्रक्टिव और हमारे लिए बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल रहा। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, विशिष्ट अधिगम और इसके एज ए पार्ट के रूप में नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी है, जो कि मिस्ड है। एक सेशन में मैम ने बताया भी, कुमार मैम ने, कि एक मिस्ड डिसेबिलिटी है जिसको कम लोग पहचान पाते हैं, और उसका इम्पैक्ट जो होता है वो बच्चे के लर्निंग लेवल पे होता है। अगर हम अर्ली इंटरवेंशन कर ले जाए तो ये बच्चे का एकेडमिक जो एनहांसमेंट, अगर हम एक शॉर्ट में कहना चाहें तो इन दोनों के सेशन में हमने नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी के वाले बच्चों के लिए इनका स्क्रीनिंग, आइडेंटिफिकेशन, इनकी टीचिंग स्ट्रेटजीज, जो कि बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। किसी भी बच्चे के साथ जब हम इंटरवेंशन करते हैं, अगर हमारी टीचिंग स्ट्रेटजी उस बच्चे के लेवल तक है तो उसका एकेडमिक जो एनहांसमेंट है वो बढ़ाया जा सकता है। इसके अलावा क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट इस सेशन में बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल रहा। बच्चों के साथ कैसे हमें क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट करना है और इनके साथ अदर जो बच्चे हैं, इनके जो बड़ी ग्रुप है, इनके साथ कौन सी एक्टिविटी करानी है, ये भी जानकारी मिली। इसके अलावा टीएलएम प्रिपरेशन एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, इन बच्चों का बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन, करिकुलर एंड को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज में इनका इंगेजमेंट कैसे हो, और इन एक्टिविटीज के माध्यम से इनका जो लर्निंग लेवल है ये कैसे इनहांस किया जाए। इसके अलावा एसएलडी के अंतर्गत जो नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी है, इसको पहचान के और इनके साथ जो एक्टिविटीज बताई गई हैं, अगर उनका हम ठीक प्रकार से प्रयोग करते हैं तो निश्चित ही इन बच्चों को इसका पूरा लाभ मिल सकता है। इस पूरे सेशन में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैक्ट्स निकल के आए, क्योंकि मेरा ये नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी का ये फर्स्ट सेशन रहा है। हालांकि मेरा स्पेशलाइजेशन लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी का रहा है, बट वहाँ पे एक एज ए टर्म हमने पढ़ा था। और मुझे खुशी होती है बताते हुए कि इसमें जो सेशन के अपने एक्सपर्ट्स है, डॉक्टर वेंकटेश्वर सर, उन्होंने मुझे पढ़ाया है बीएड में रॉयल खन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी में, और डॉक्टर रामशंकर सक्सेना सर भी हमारे टीचर रहे हैं रॉयल खन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी बरेली में। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं क्लास में बैठा हूँ यहाँ पे, और काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्ट्स निकल के आए जो कि हमारे क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट में, और एज ए स्पेशल एजुकेशन टीचर, जो कि इन बच्चों के साथ मैं पिछले 8 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको और बेटर तरीके से कर पाऊंगा। क्योंकि जो फैक्ट है जो कि हिडन था, जिसको हम लोग एज ए टर्म जानते थे, इसके बारे में इतना डिटेल्ड नॉलेज मिलना, इसके लिए मैं एमटी की पूरी फैकल्टी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि ऐसे सेशन फ्यूचर में और किए जाएंगे। इसके पहले भी मैंने एक सेशन इंटरनेशनल जो सेमिनार था उसको अटेंड किया था, वो भी काफ़ी फ्रूटफुल रहा हमारे लिए। और मैं ऐसा समझ रहा हूँ कि अब मैं इन बच्चों के साथ जब काम करूँगा, स्पेशली जो स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी वाले हैं, तो जो चीज़ें हमने इन दो दिनों के सेशन में सीखी हैं उसको हम इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे और उसका एक बेटर आउटकम निकल के आएगा। धन्यवाद। मैम आवाज़ आ रही है? मैम सुन पा रहे हैं आप?
हाँ जी हम सुन पा रहे हैं, आप प्लीज बताइए।
राइट। अभी नेटवर्क इशू था इसलिए आवाज नहीं आ रही थी। तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि इन दोनों के सेशन में जो हमने फैक्ट्स जाने, वो हमारे इन बच्चों के साथ काम करने के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रहेंगे। उनके क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट के लिए, स्क्रीनिंग आइडेंटिफिकेशन के लिए, एलएम डेवलपमेंट के लिए, और इनकी टीचिंग स्ट्रेटजी जो कि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, उसमें हमें सहायता मिलेगी। इस अच्छे प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए मैं एमटी की पूरी फैकल्टी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू प्रदीप जी, आप और कुछ शेयर करना चाहेंगे?
यस मैम, थैंक यू।
अनुसुया मैम। I think there's a little technical issue. Just give us 2 minutes to figure it out.
Right.
So thank you, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Tiwari, PGT specialist on the 2D and what learning will you achieve. Thank you. Moving ahead, may I now please invite Ms. Bharti Jakhar, a proud Amitian alumni of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences and currently working as TGT Special Education at Directorate of Education, to please share her learning experience of the 2 days CRE program. Ms. Bharti Jakhar, please.
Thank you, Anusuya ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to share my views. And good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Amity University, Jayanti Pujari madam, and all my teachers for organizing such a wonderful 2 days conference on such a unique and untouched topic. Being an Amity alumni, I feel immense pleasure to be a part of this conference. During my educational journey at Amity University, I gained vast amount of knowledge, like which knowledge I am currently utilizing working as a TGT special education teacher in DOE Delhi. Whatever I have learned from today's or like tomorrow's conference, I'll use all these strategies in my classroom and in my resource room to cater unique needs of my children. And I'm quite thankful to my teachers for giving me this opportunity and teaching me so well that today I'm able to work in such a diverse environment. Thank you, Amity University.
Ms.
And thank you, teachers.
Ms. Bharti, could I request you to please open your
Yes, ma'am.
video? We are very proud of you. You are our alumni, Amitian, and now you're working at the Directorate of Education, which really makes each and every person proud here at Amity.
Yes, ma'am, sure. And I'm also quite thankful and I'm very happy to see you all through these conferences.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bharti Jakhar. And
Thank you.
it's a moment of immense pride and privilege to have amidst us our both respected, our guru, Dr. Ashok Kechav of Amity Universe, joining us here today at this prestigious valedictory function. Moving ahead, may I please now invite Ms. Soma Dharampal, Special Educator, Tamanna Special School, New Delhi, to kindly share the thoughts of the two-day CRE program. Ms. Soma Dharampal, please.
A very good afternoon to all the honorable dignitaries and all the members of the organizing committee of AIRS. It's a pleasure and it's an honor that you have given me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this two-day CRE program. And this national conference on management of children with learning disability in an inclusive setup has been very interesting and highly knowledgeable, as it was taken up by eminent experts in the field of disability and rehabilitation. It has been a great learning and enriching experience, as it will help me explore various innovative ways to manage children with non-verbal learning disability in my classroom. And I am a regular attendee in all the CRE programs of AIRS. So it has helped me upgrade and update my knowledge in all the fields. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soma Dharampal. May I now take the privilege to invite Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director, Vice President, RBEF, and Advisor at Founder President's Offer, to kindly address the gathering, please. Ms. Dr. S.K. Srivastava.
Thank you, Anusuya. I'm really privileged to be a part of this very important CRE program, very interesting topic. Very interesting because we all know about learning disability, many of us, but we never noticed about what is non-verbal learning disability and how to manage them in the inclusive setup. So I was going through and listening all the eminent speakers. They are very learned and they told many techniques and their experiences how to manage these children. This was really very important, as the feedback also from the participants is very positive. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the organizers including particularly to Dr. Professor Jayanti Pujari. And I have already requested her to organize such seminars and workshops on specific topics, important topics where the participants could learn something new. So this was really very important. 2 days became very precious for all of us, and we could learn what the non-verbal learning disability is, because we never knew in the non-verbal learning disability that they cannot read and understand visual information. They have difficulty in understanding sarcasm, etc. This is very phenomenal in the society. They don't learn, they don't understand the emotions, physical postures and all. So this is such an important thing that normally in the villages or in our houses, we feel that this guy is very simple. And so simple that he even does not understand the taunts and sarcasm and the physical postures of someone. So it is now categorized as the non-verbal learning disability. I feel I was going through the literature, I got that this is probably because the problem persisting in the right hemisphere of the brain. So I am perceiving how to go ahead furtherance to find out, can we have some medical solution, some research on this topic, because this is very interesting topic to take it further for research to get the solution of such a general problem amongst the children. Learning disability was really very popular. everybody knows that many of the children learn slowly, and there is management of learning disability. Now, further categorization of learning disability into non-verbal, verbal, and many other things makes a difference. And this was really a quality CRE program, which I personally appreciate. I have realized, this is my experience, that in RCI also, the people normally conduct CRE just for want of CRE and for the earning of the points. Always I motivated universities and senior professionals to conduct CRE program on such a important topics, such useful topics, which can also disseminate very precise and important knowledge amongst the participants, among the teaching educators who are really practicing in the field. If you think of the, if you just, I have listened the, recommendations made by the group of experts, that majority of recommendations were either training of parents or training of teachers, motivation, sensitization, and acceptance. There is very, very tough task to accept the child as a learning disabled or furtherance as a non-verbal learning disabled child. So acceptance is very important, and sensitization, awareness, and convincing the parents to accept their ward as a learning disability, particularly the non-verbal learning disability. First of all, it is required to teach them and to educate them and motivate them to accept their child with this problem, and also to train the teachers, special educators, how to take special care of such children is very important. And probably this CRE, within 2 days, the eminent experts have been able to give this message to the society, to the listeners. This can be disseminated further. The video can be sent to many other places where they can see and listen audio, video, the lectures, so that they can be educated in furtherance without conducting series of such programs on the same topic. So thank you all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, and my sincere regards to all the participants and the eminent professionals and very knowledgeable persons who all have delivered their very rich speeches, sparing their time. And also we are privileged and very, very thankful to have our living legend, the unparalleled personality of the world, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who is very soon going to bless all of us. Thank you, Jayanti Pujari ji and your team. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts. With immense honor, we welcome our chief guest, Shri Himanshu Gupta, IAS 2012 batch, who is presently Director Education, Government of NCT of Delhi. As a tradition at Amity, we wish to honor our distinguished chief guest with a Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude. May I kindly request Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, Joint Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to please virtually present the Tulsi sapling.
Accordingly,
Gupta, Director Education. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sir, let me take the privilege to introduce you first, please. Thank you. Shri Himanshu Gupta completed his graduation from the premier institution IIT Delhi in mechanical engineering. He has undertaken very eminent assignments as SDM Najafgarh, Delhi, and has been instrumental in establishing First Citizen Facilitation Center in SDM office. He has been member of e-district project under major services like issuance of caste certificate, marriage certificate have been digitized. He has also worked as Deputy Commissioner, Londing District, Arunachal Pradesh, and has been instrumental in establishing mobile network connectivity in the NSCN insurgency-prone district. Established Krishi Vigyan Kendra and Kendra Vidyalaya Logjin, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir Shri Himanshu Gupta has held positions as Special Secretary, Chief Minister's Office and Education, Arunachal Pradesh, and as Secretary Planning, Information and Public Relations Department and Special Secretary, Chief Minister's Office, Arunachal Pradesh. He has been instrumental in preparation of state budget and starting key schemes like Arunachal Rising Campaign, Entrepreneurship Development Program, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Swavalamban Yojana, Chief Minister Samast Shiksha Yojana, and CM Fellowship Scheme. He has been the Deputy Commissioner Karol Bagh, North Delhi Municipal Corporation, where he established one dog parking Rajendra Nagar, started garbage cafes and park libraries in Karol Bagh region. Since October 2021, he is appointed as Director Education, Government of NCT of Delhi, established Montessori laboratories in Government School Rajendra Nagar, and conceived plan to establish 100 Montessori laboratories in government schools. As chairperson, Schools of Specialized Excellence tied up with IIT Delhi, NIFT, TISS for revamping school curriculum as per National Education Policy 2020. With a huge round of applause, may I kindly invite our respective chief guest of the valedictory ceremony, Shri Himanshu Gupta, Director Education, Government of NCT of Delhi, to kindly address the gathering. Shri Himanshu Gupta, please.
Good evening, everyone. President of the organizing committee, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, and all the other dignitaries who are present today. I would like to congratulate MIT University of Rehabilitation Sciences for organizing such a wonderful program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. As Director of Education of Delhi, what we have observed is that there is a dire need of special education teachers in education department to take care of the students who require who are with special needs, and especially in non-verbal diseases like ADHD or autism spectrum disorder. And I think MIT Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences is doing a wonderful work. The program is also registered under RCI, and a lot of our teachers and other students who have taken part in this program must be benefiting a lot from this program. If we talk about Directorate of Education, we are taking all efforts to provide special education teachers in all our schools. We have around 1,000 schools in Delhi. Our aim is to provide 1,000 special education teachers. Not only that, we want to expand the scale in providing PGTs as special education teachers. So this is a very important field for all of us. Right now, we have 17,000 students who are having one or other sort of disorder and special needs. And recently, as we all know, Honorable Prime Minister has released yesterday one specific software, that is fund specific document, that is Prashast, and that provides us SOP on screening of students for identification of learning disabilities. So we are also trying to incorporate that and do another fresh survey for our students so that we get the actual number of what is the number of students that require special needs, and accordingly we will work on special education teachers that will be required. So I believe this is a very important program, and I hope that MIT University will keep on working with Directorate of Education in providing such sort of programs. My best wishes to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your benign presence, and it's a proud moment for all of us to have you today at the prestigious event. Thank you so much. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Good leaders are trailblazers, making a path for others to follow. Great leaders, however, inspire the people to reach higher, dream bigger, and achieve greater. Perhaps the most important leadership skill you can develop is the ability to provide inspiration to your team. This quote best describes our guru, our inspiration, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, a renowned educationist, industrialist, philanthropist, founder, president, Amity Education Group, India's leading global education group, and chairman, AKC Group of Companies. As a tradition at Amity, we wish to honor our most beloved and highly respected founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, with the Tulsi sapling as a token of immense gratitude. May I kindly request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to kindly present the Tulsi sapling to our visionary guru, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. With a huge round of applause, we welcome you, sir, at the valedictory function.
जयंती पुजारी हिमांशु गुप्ता जी को दिया कि नहीं तुलसी प्लांट? He deserves more than what he is doing. He is changing the world in the Delhi schools through this psychological, mental training. I was so convinced, amazed and impressed. ये जो 17,000 बच्चों में कहीं ना कहीं मेंटल डिसेबिलिटी है, इसके श्रीवास्तव जी और जयंती पुजारी उसको टच कर रहे हैं। ये इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है? लोग कंप्यूटर सिखाते हैं, पर अगर ये नॉन वर्बल डिसेबिलिटी है, ना तो कंप्यूटर काम करेगा, ना कुछ डिग्री काम करेगी, तो वो इसमें गुप्ता जी लगे हुए हैं। तो मैं तो इसे अलग से मिल के सलाह लूँगा, गाइडेंस लूँगा। इसको हमें एक एज ए रेवोल्यूशन करना पड़ेगा हमारे सारे इसको। सर बहुत मैं भाग्यशाली हूँ, मैं सब कुछ छोड़ के भाग के आया आपका नाम सुनकर। तो आई थिंक प्लीज हेल्प अस, गाइड अस, एडवाइज अस। वी एज योर सोल्जर्स will work together with you to change the scenario in the schools for this mental disability and mental problems.
Thank you, sir. May I take the privilege to kindly introduce our most beloved founder president, sir.
हो गया मेरा, हो गया, चल मेरा हो गया, ठीक है। ऐसा है, I tell you, मैंने बहुत सीखा कि ये नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटीज़ क्या है। ये मेरे लिए एक नया थीम था। SK श्रीवास्तव जी ने बड़ा भारी रिपोर्ट भेजी, मैंने और उस पर भी पढ़ाया, देखा, क्योंकि ये एरिया बहुत ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि अगर वो बच्चा इमोशनल रीडिंग नहीं कर पाता, या वो रीडिंग के अलावा जो आपने लिखे हैं नहीं कर पाता, तो ही कैन नेवर बी सक्सेसफुल इन ऑल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ लाइफ। तो ये जो नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी है, मैं तो इस पर और बहुत पढ़ूंगा, रिसर्च करूंगा। और जयंती पुजारी जी, कल मैं श्रीवास्तव जी से कह रहा था, आपकी वजह से मुझे बहुत चिंता है, एकदम घबरा गए। क्या है? मैंने कहा चिंता ये है कि आपके और जयंती पुजारी के होते हुए अगर मैंने दुनिया चेंज नहीं करी डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटी में, तो भगवान मुझे ब्लेम करेगा। तब इनको थोड़ी सांस आई। तो आई टेल, जो आप लोगों ने बुलाए, मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि ये ऐसा एरिया है। ये मेरे ख्याल से, जयंती जी आप बताओ, ये थोड़ा वर्जिन एरिया है अभी मेरे ख्याल से इस पे बहुत काम नहीं हुआ।
Yes, sir.
तो
yes sir, we are also attempting sir, Amity Institute of Rehab Sciences में भी हम एफर्ट लगा रहे हैं सर। एंड हमारा एक PhD स्कॉलर भी इसका एक स्क्रीनिंग टूल डेवलप करने के लिए टॉपिक लिए हैं, आधा काम हो गया है। एंड आवर एमएड स्टूडेंट्स भी ये एरिया में रिसर्च ले रहे हैं, बिकॉज इट इज ए वर्जिन एरिया। सर आप करेक्टली आइडेंटिफाई करें उसको।
Next time I'll invite my all AI people, my electronics people, my nanotechnology persons, because they all should be incorporated in it.
Yes sir.
The area where, जैसे मनोज जी ने भी कहा, भी collaborative research, तो उसमें ये तो जो आपका प्रोग्राम है, it is changing the world. क्योंकि अभी मैं त्रिगुणा जी को सुन रहा था, उनको बुलाया था, भागे भागे आए मेरा नाम सुन के। वहाँ पे एक प्रोग्राम हो रहा है DST का, पूरे देश से 30 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और लोग आए हुए हैं। तो मैंने कहा अब तो हमारे हिमांशु गुप्ता जी आगे, मैं इधर भाग रहा हूँ। पर सर मैं बता रहा हूँ गुप्ता जी, आप MCD में रहे हो, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर, जो MCD में रह लिया, ही कैन बी कैपेबल ऑफ बीइंग ए प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ ही कैन बी। और इतना बड़ा काम है, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड काम है, तो आप एरिया में हो, तो इसमें भी आप अमूल चूल परिवर्तन लाओगे। हिमांशु जी, एक बार इनसे अलग बैठ के SK श्रीवास्तव जी कैसे स्कूलों में, क्योंकि ये स्कूल रहे हैं, वहाँ ये ला रहे हैं। और जो मेरे स्टूडेंट AIRS में, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट यू, आप लोगों ने जो कोर्स चुना है एमिटी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रिहैबिलिटेशन साइंस के जो डिफरेंट कोर्सेज हैं, मेरे ख्याल से ये एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी में चाहे 100-150 कोर्स हो, दीज आर वन ऑफ द बेस्ट। सारी टेक्निकल डेवलपमेंट, और डेवलपमेंट क्या करेंगी अगर आदमी का दिमाग ठीक नहीं है, आदमी का बिहेवियर ठीक नहीं है। तो इसमें जो आप सीख रहे हो, आप ऐसे करना, जो भी मेरे स्टूडेंट है एक कागज पर लिख लेना क्या बनना चाहते हो, क्या करना चाहते हो, और वो नहीं करोगे तो मेरा फॉल्ट, आई विल सी, बिकॉज आई हैव ग्रेट अफेक्शन फॉर माई स्टूडेंट्स एंड फैकल्टी मेंबर्स। ये जो है ना एक मानव को टोटल बदलने की शक्ति रखते हैं कोर्सेज। और पल्लवी जो मेरी स्टूडेंट है MA इन काउंसलिंग साइकोलॉजी और स्टूडेंट है, और आपको पता है वो मेरी बहू भी है। मैंने कह दिया था अपने भाई को कि बहू लाऊंगा तो साइकोलॉजी की लाऊंगा, बड़ी लड़की आई तो ये मिल गई, टॉपर भी है, डॉक्टरी भी कर ली है, और विद हमारी जयंती जी के साथ। तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा इस एरिया में और रिसर्च करते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं, और नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया, वील टाई अप विद द ग्लोबल, संजय ग्लोबल लोगों से कुछ काम हो रहा है विदेश में इसके ऊपर, कुछ मुझे नहीं मालूम, इस पे देखो कहाँ का काम हो रहा है इस पे।
सर विदेश में हो रहा है, एंड जैसे कि वो लोग अभी उनका बहुत सारा स्क्रीनिंग एंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन टूल एंड सोशल इमोशनल टूल डेवलप किया गया है, जो कि इंडिया में भी अभी उसका एडाप्टेड वर्जन भी चल रहा है। बट बहुत इंडियन साइंटिस्ट, research scholars, psychologists, they are clinical psychologists and special educators, they are taking this topic and developing different research. Even there are in Western countries, there are many technology related teaching strategy also have been developed, which India also is working towards developing, sir.
ये बताओ आप लोगों के दिमाग में ये नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी कैसे आया, मतलब कहाँ से ये सब विश्वास है, आप बताओ।
सर इसमें जो है राइट हेमिस्फीयर ऑफ द ब्रेन में जो प्रॉब्लम परसिस्ट करती है, नॉर्मली मैं पढ़ रहा था कि कभी कभी सिस्ट डेवलप हो जाता है, सिस्ट की वजह से इंफॉर्मेशन ट्रांसफर जो है वो स्लो हो जाती है। ऐसे बच्चों को गांव घर में हम सीधा बच्चा बोलते कर, वो इशारे नहीं समझ पाता, वो चित्र को ढंग से एलेबोरेट नहीं कर पाता, तो सीधे की श्रेणी में आ जाता है। बट दिस इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक नॉन वर्बल लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी। तो मैं तो सर एक स्टेप आगे आपके नेतृत्व में सोचता हूँ कि अगर मेडिकल साइंटिस्ट हमारे और इंजीनियरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी वाले ऐसी चिप डेवलप करें जिससे इंफॉर्मेशन ट्रांसफर होने का जो ब्लॉकेज है उसको या तुम खत्म से कर सकें, सिस्ट को खत्म कर सकें, या इंफॉर्मेशन ट्रांसफर को चिप से तेज बना सकें, तो मेरे ख्याल से इस प्रॉब्लम को जड़ से खत्म कर सकेंगे। So one group is working on developing the tools and all those things, but I want to work as a collaborative research to remove this difficulty.
इसमें बताओ कि न्यूरो साइंस के लोगों की भी जरूरत है।
मैंने लिखा AINN की भी जरूरत है, नर्वस की भी, फिजियोलॉजी की भी जरूरत है, डिसेबिलिटी की, मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स की और IT एक्सपर्ट्स की।
क्योंकि मैं दर्जनों न्यूरो साइंसेस को जानता हूँ, आई एम वर्किंग ऑन पार्किंसन, अल्जाइमर, क्योंकि मैं कहता हूँ अगर किसी नोबेल लॉरिएट ने रिसर्च करी है, जब उसका दिमाग खराब हो जाए तो हम ठीक करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, यही होना चाहिए। I want that sir. I am here for that.
मैं सीधी सादी भाषा बोलता हूँ, नाम है नोबेल लॉरिएट पर, जो वो मैंने देखा है उनका बिहेवियर ऐसा हो जाता है। एक बार ऑक्सफोर्ड में गया अतुल जी के साथ, तो वहाँ एक नोबेल लॉरिएट बैठा था, तो जब लंच आया उन्होंने मुझे वहीं बुला लिया, इतनी जोर से मुक्का मारा कि सारा जो वो था वो उछल के बाहर आ गया, पर कोई नहीं बोला। मैंने कहा उसकी इलाज हम करेंगे, इमोशनली मोर चार्ज्ड। तो दैट वे आई थिंक वेरी गुड। आई थिंक सब लोग जो बैठे हैं सुन रहे हैं, इसमें सहयोग दीजिए। आई थिंक दिस इज ग्रेट, आप लोग आए, ये बहुत ही मेरे लिए सौभाग्य है कि एक हम रिवोल्यूशनरी एक्शन प्लान बनाएंगे।
राइट सर।
और आप मुझे लिख के भेजो 1 2 3 4 5 21 पॉइंट्स। न्यूरो साइंटिस्ट के मैं सबको जानता हूँ, उनके नाम दे दूंगा आपको। इसमें न्यूरो साइंटिस्ट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट देन न्यूरो सर्जन्स, एम आई राइट?
ब्रेन मैपिंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
ब्रेन मैपिंग,
ब्रेन इमेजिंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। तो उस फील्ड के एक्सपर्ट्स को इसमें एसोसिएट करना पड़ेगा विद सम मेडिकल पीपल and some IT experts who are experts in developing chips of information transfers.
Right.
That is very important.
Can I listen one of your student or faculty member or any PhD scholar? I want to listen one or two students of one or two PhD scholars, whatever they want to say.
Yeah. Yes. I think Dr. Ramshankar and Anusha, you just locate if our students are there. We can just invite.
Or anybody from outside for art participants.
Yes, outside participants.
We have a PhD scholar who has
Correct.
joined, who is doing PhD in special education,
Correct.
Ms. Parul Walia, and sir, she is a proud alumni of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences. So, Ms. Parul Walia, I would request you to show your experience with our honorable founder president, sir.
Right. Right, Parul ji.
Parul, please unmute yourself.
Right.
Parul,
उसको शायद लेना पड़ेगा उसमें एक मिनट में किसी को करवाता हूँ.
IT host, we request you to give the rights to Ms.
Ideal,
Parul.
please give her the entry.
Yes, sir. They have the rights. They can turn on the camera.
Yes.
Yes, Parul.
Yes, sir, Parul.
Very good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Parul, बताओ.
Sir, I'm facing some network issue. Yes, sir.
she's speaking from Dr. Sampurna Goa's computer because her computer is not having.
Parul,
Yes, Parul, go ahead.
thesis का topic क्या है, Parul? What is the thesis of your topic? Hello, can I listen?
Yes, sir. सर मेरा जो थीसिस का टॉपिक है वो लर्निंग स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी से रिलेटेड है, बट एनवीएलडी में मेरा टॉपिक नहीं है सर. सर मैं एक्चुअली जो है ई मॉड्यूल डेवलप करना चाहती हूँ फॉर द चिल्ड्रन हु हैव स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी फॉर साइंस लर्निंग स्पेसिफिकली.
राइट राइट. गवर्नमेंट इंडिया ने स्कीम निकाली है कि जो भी फैकल्टी जो पीएचडी है या कर रही है, स्टार्टअप बनाती है, दे डू ए लॉट ऑफ फंडिंग. अभी हमारी एक फैकल्टी ने उसको 1 करोड़ की फंडिंग दी है बिकॉज शिवानी वर्मा ने. तो मैं ऐसे 25 स्टार्टअप बनवा रहा हूँ क्योंकि श्रीवास्तव जी आजकल गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी मच प्रमोटिंग द इनोवेटिव आइडियाज. जो भी साइकोलॉजी में, न्यूरो साइंस में या इस लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटीज में है, तो वी विल मेक फॉर ईच वन ए सेपरेट कंपनी. बिकॉज वो जो शिवानी वाला था 1 करोड़ का, उन्होंने बढ़ा के 10 करोड़ कर दिया है. एनीबडी हैज इनोवेशन, कम टू मी बिकॉज वी हैव सो मच फैसिलिटी, सो मच कनेक्शन, सो मच रिकॉग्निशन. तो जो भी तुम्हारी पीएचडी स्कॉलर्स हैं, जयंती जी, उनको भी मोटिवेट.
Yes, sir. Our Dr. Pallavi Chauhan also has worked on an app, sir, very good. That is the social emotional app, which also can help an NVLD, also non-verbal learning disability and autism spectrum disorder, because they lack the social clues, and that is a very good app, sir. Dr. Pallavi Chauhan also has worked very hard on that. Pallavi,
that was actually under Janti ma'am's guidance, we developed an app for my PhD. Then we tested the app on 30 participants, and we found that their social and emotional and even information processing can improve if you give them right kind of technology. So it was actually a holistic, and it can be customizable according to the needs of the child. तो पेरेंट्स अगर करना चाहते हैं घर पर, तो आराम से अपने बच्चे के हिसाब से उस ऐप को बना सकते हैं. हमने एक उनको पैटर्न दिया, पेरेंट्स ने पैटर्न समझा, उन बच्चों की नीड समझी और दोनों को कंबाइन करके ऐप में डाल दिया. फिर हमने 3 मंथ्स करे और फिर पोस्ट टेस्ट किया. पोस्ट टेस्ट में हमें पता चला कि काफी बच्चों में, मोस्टली एक्चुअली 95% बच्चों ने इम्प्रूवमेंट थ्रू ऐप दिखाई है. And all of them were either non-verbal, they were non-verbal, or they were severely autistic.
मैं सबको बताऊं, मैंने एक पेटेंट फाइल करा है. जयंती जी, आपको नहीं पता होगा, I filed a patent to record the dreams.
Very nice.
बहुत जरूरी है.
लोग ऐसा ना, I always think impossible things. ज़्यादा लोग कहते थे हो ही नहीं सकता. अरे ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें हो गई हैं, वन हैज़ नेवर थॉट. तो मेरा पेटेंट मिल जाएगा, तो आई विल शेयर विद यू. रिकॉर्ड दी ड्रीम्स, क्योंकि ऐसे ऐसे ड्रीम्स आते हैं, प्लान बनते हैं, नॉलेज होती है, भूल जाता है सवेरे. अगर वो रिकॉर्ड हो जाए, देन दीज ड्रीम्स आर मच इम्पॉर्टेंट समटाइम विद अ थिक बुक,
वेरी
फिल्म. तो इस तरह से
सबकॉन्शियस माइंड वेरी नाइस,
दैट इज आल्सो वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. तो जो भी आपके लोग सुन रहे हैं, दे शुड गेट कनेक्टेड विद श्रीवास्तव जी और जयंती पुजारी, पल्लवी, बिकॉज वी शुड रियली इन दिस एरिया एंड और अदर एरियाज विच यू आर टीचिंग. अभी मैं सब जगह कोर्स चला रहा हूँ, जो आप चला रही थी ना, इन्होंने कहाँ पे, लखनऊ और सब यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में, मोहाली, सब जगह ये कोर्स, कितने कोर्स आपने नए अप्लाई करे हैं शिवांश जी? 10-15 तो करे ही हैं।
हाँ 18 किया, 17 किया सर, 17।
ये मेरे पास आते थे, तुरंत हाँ कर देता था, और लोग कहते थे इनको तो तुम तुरंत हाँ कर देते हो। मैंने कहा ये मेंटल डिसेबिलिटी,
सारे के अप्रूवल भी मिल रहे हैं सर, सारे के अप्रूवल मिल रहे हैं, सभी के अप्रूवल मिल रहे हैं।
आपको अप्रूवल नहीं देखे क्या वो
आपकी ब्लेसिंग है।
दे नो ही इज अ वेरी गुड माइंडेड। इन्होंने, मैं तो जब ये आरसीआई में थे तो इनके आगे झुकता था, सलाम करता था।
अरे सर क्या बात है।
सलाम जयंती
आपका
जी।
बड़प्पन है।
Sir, with your permission, if one of our PhD scholar also working in non-verbal learning disability screening tool, the scholar is not there, but the guide, Dr. Sampurna, can just elaborate. If Sampurna, can you just 2 minutes elaborate? What is
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. As Professor Dr. Jayanti Madam mentioned, our scholar, a research scholar, Ms. Supriya, she is working on the development of a screening tool in the area of non-verbal learning disability itself. So under ma'am's guidance and under my joint guidance, she has chosen this unique area. And we were very happy that this particular platform, she has also learned a lot, because NVLD is a very untouched area. And all the experts who have joined us today, they have also highlighted that parental acceptance, screening, need for identification are areas which still remain very untouched, and teachers, especially in rural India, are still not aware of the many features which children with NVLD display. So there is a mixed reaction, and many people misdiagnose NVLD as something as autism spectrum disorder or even ADHD. So there are certain characteristics which remain common, but there are also certain characteristics which are uncommon. So Supriya's study will focus on the development of a very unique screening tool, especially meant for the screening of non-verbal learning disability. So we are also learning in this process, sir. And this particular CRE program has helped the scholar also to gain a lot of insight. And as you mentioned, sir, there is a need for a very synergetic approach towards this particular challenge that we are facing. And definitely our research scholars will try to support this field maximum by their research activities and work.
Very
great. When I come to the campus, I like to be Supriya and Parul also, because they are our future stars. ये अच्छा गाइड कर रही होगी संपूर्णा, तो प्लीज गाइड देम एंड आई
विल वर्किंग ऑन इट
सर। मैं तो सर एक बात कहना चाहूंगा सर, आपकी इजाजत हो तो, क्योंकि मैंने देखा सर अपने लाइफ में 33 इयर्स इन द डिसेबिलिटी एंड 40 इयर्स इन सोशल सेक्टर, कि हमने ऑर्थोपेडिक हैंडीकैप को मोबाइल बना दिया, हियरिंग हैंडीकैप को हियरिंग एबल बना दिया विद कॉक्लियर इम्प्लांट एंड ऑल, विजुअल हैंडीकैप में आर्टिफिशियल आईज डेवलप कर दी, रेटिना नई आईज लगा के सब कुछ कर दिया, तो वी कैन डेफिनेटली मेक IDD एज द नॉर्मल पर्सन. So we have to think in terms of how these persons can be brought to normality in addition to developing tools and all. Always I think that how this mental retardation can be got rid of. How can we cure the retardation? What are the medical aspects to touch to cure the retardation? Why not think in terms of curing the retardation and get rid of? Because we can definitely do it, sir. You are, I am possible. So always think in the direction of Honorable Founder President sir's imagination. कि जो चीज हो नहीं सकती, हम वो सोचने की पूरी कोशिश करते हैं, sir. With your blessings, I'll try to get it done.
I'm with you because this is the best area.
Thank you.
Okay, Pallavi, go ahead. You are brilliant. अच्छी बहू लाया ना?
आपकी blessings है.
Yes, sir. Your blessings, sir. Because of your blessings only, we are like one of the distinct organization across the country, Amity Institute of Rehab Sciences, and our students, they are highly in demand for the placement and all. We get 100% placement, sir. And because of your inspiration and your encouragement and your blessings, sir, all these things are happening. And we want to still achieve many more, sir. In the new areas, we are going to conduct research, and we are coming out with a new innovative strategy to improve the quality of life of persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, sir. Thank you so much for creating, sir.
ये मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, भगवान से मेरा डायरेक्ट संवाद है. मेरे मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए वो मेरा हाथ पकड़ के हेल्प करता है. अभी ये श्रीवास्तव जी आए, इनको 4-5 ऑफर थे, सबको छोड़ के चौहान के पास आए, ये क्या मैं लाया हूँ क्या, क्या ये आए क्या? नहीं, भगवान ने भेजा है। उन्होंने कहा जाओ, पल्लवी है, जयंती मुजारी जी है, चौहान साहब का ऑब्सेशन है, पागलपन है कि आगे। तो अब ये आप लोगों को इस मिलके मैं वर्ड को चेंज नहीं करूंगा। तो भगवान जो लास्ट इंटरव्यू होता है, जब मैं 105 साल का होकर ऊपर जाऊंगा, 105 साल
कहीं नहीं जाएंगे सर आप।
तो वो पूछेगा कि दुनिया बदली कि नहीं बदली। तो मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, आई एम सो proud on this institution, so proud on all those who are speaker. मैंने सब रिकॉर्ड करवा लिया, मैं सुनूंगा। इस टॉपिक को मुझे समझना है, मुझे अभी 100% समझना है, पर इट वॉज वेरी गुड टॉपिक। जिन्होंने सेलेक्ट करा, मेरी सबको बधाई और आशीर्वाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
मैं जा सकता हूँ?
Thank you so much.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
चलो निकल दो।
This is the drive, the passion our honorable founder President Sir has, whose dream and mission is to see that India becomes a superpower by 2030. It is his special love and affection which has helped Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences strive towards excellence for the social upliftment of the society. Thank you, Honorable Founder President Sir, for your enlightening and visionary thoughts. Your words always have a long-lasting impression on us, making us strive and achieve greater heights. It is a privilege to have with us Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, Joint Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. A diligent personality with the passion to strive for the upliftment of the children with special needs. Dr. Pallavi Chauhan has created an impactful mark with a vision towards inclusion for all. May I please request Dr. Pallavi Chauhan to kindly put forward the vote of thanks. Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, please. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Anusaya. I now take the privilege to put on record the formal vote of thanks on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. The two-day CRE program accredited by Rehabilitation Council of India, titled as Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup, organized from 8th to 9th September 2022, witnessed a galaxy of distinguished and terrific speakers across the globe. Now is the time to thank one and all who made this program a grand success. Firstly, I offer my heartfelt, sincere gratitude to our respected founder, President Sir, Chairman AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose guidance and blessings continue to empower us and give us the strength to move forward with renewed zeal. I thank Sir for his gracious presence, blessings, and words of wisdom in today's event. Next, I offer my humble gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who signifies a true Indian with deep-rooted traditions and values, endearing himself to young students who see him as a role model. I thank you, sir. I extend my great thankfulness to Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, for her constant motivation and inspiration. I extend my deep and heartfelt thanks to our respected Chief Guest, Sri Himanshu Gupta, IAS Director, Directorate of Education, Government of NCT, for joining us today, despite his very busy and hectic schedule. Thank you, sir. I now thank the address by Dr. S.T. Srivastava, Senior Director, Vice President, RBEF, Advisor FPO. His discussion on the key topic and core issues related to the program was indeed highly useful and helpful to our attendees. Next, I offer my grateful thanks to Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences and Dean Rehabilitation Sciences, for her constant guidance and support in all endeavors of the institution, especially planning, organizing, execution of this program. I extend my grateful thanks to all the esteemed resource persons and dynamic speakers, experts in their respective fields, who had joined us over these 2 days to discuss and deliberate on the various topics of critical importance to facilitate the effective training and management of children with nonverbal learning disability in an inclusive setup. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the participants who shared their experience and provided their feedback for this 2-day CRE program. I thank the IT host team for supporting the smooth conducting of the event and making it without a glitch-free program. I also thank all the esteemed colleagues of AIRS for their support and cooperation in organizing this conference. And I also thank the students, volunteers, Ms. Tanya, Ms. Shreya, for supporting us in this event. Last, not the least, I thank the very backbone of this two-day conference of our esteemed participants who have joined us in the virtual platform for this critical and fruitful two-day deliberation to understand and explore the management, education, and training of children with non-verbal learning disability. Thank you. Good evening to one and all. Hope to see you back soon.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi ma'am, for that warm vote of thanks for all the esteemed dignitaries, resource persons, and participants who have joined us for this two-day CRE program on management of children with non-verbal learning disability. We thank you once again for your warm welcome to all. Dear participants, with this, we come to an end of this beautiful and informative two-day CRE program. Just as all good things come to an end, this program has also neared its successful conclusion, which would not have been possible without your enthusiastic participation. Before we end, a quick reminder for the instructions regarding the feedback form and the evaluation link. The feedback form link has been posted on the chat box. You can all access it from the chat box. The feedback form link remains the same for day 1 as well as day 2. In case any participant has forgotten to fill it on day 1, nothing to worry about. You can fill it now for day 2. The evaluation forms meant for the CRE participants only have been shared on the WhatsApp group alone. So kindly access the link of the evaluation form from your respective WhatsApp group. Please ensure that you fill the feedback forms, and the CRE participants should fill the feedback form as well as the evaluation link compulsorily for the certification process. All the best. Thank you for joining us for this very, very happy, informative learning program. Thank you once again, and a very good evening.